So today we are expecting to hear about the change of venue motion that was filed by Alex Murdaugh's attorneys, Dick Harpootlian and Jim Griffin. Good morning, Sandy. Once the hearing starts, I am going to mute myself so that I'm not talking over anybody. You guys don't want to hear what I have to say while they are speaking. Dick and Jim have filed a change of venue motion stating they do not believe that they can get a impartial jury in Beaufort County. So I do think that's going to be primarily what we are talking about today. But we also have their request for Judge Newman to recuse himself still on the table, even though the Supreme Court kicked it back. They filed a motion within circuit court for him to recuse himself from the financial crime trials. The big news broke yesterday that Judge Newman had voluntarily recused himself from hearing matters relating to the murder trial. We're waiting to hear who the Supreme Court, which judge the Supreme Court assigns to hear those motions. So we are back in court again. Today's hearing is in Beaufort County, and our founding editor Will Folks is in there in person today, and Dylan and I are live streaming. Yes, Debbie, this will never end. The Murdaugh madness will never end. Ramblin' Rome, you're watching all the way from Oklahoma. I love Oklahoma. Is that a little better? Can you hear me better? Sorry, my mic turned on me. Yeah, the financial crimes trials, the trials coming up for those. I mean, he admitted to all of that stuff in federal court. So I'm curious what is going to happen with that. I mean, plea deal makes sense, but we'll see if they can all come to an agreement. Good. Okay, perfect. Dylan is on here watching the comments. Oh, the Murdaugh franchise. Never ending fun. I see Dick Harpootlian talking to John Metters. John Metters gave the closing argument in the murder trial. Let's see, and there Creighton Waters in the background on the phone, and then Jim Griffin is sitting at the defense table. Whispering in a golf game. You don't want to watch me play golf. I think John Metter's closing argument is one of the few parts of that trial that I have watched a number of times. It was fiery. It was good. The woman in the blue jacket on the left side who just sat down, that is Holly Miller, I believe. If she comes back in, I'll make sure she is Dick and Jim's paralegal. Oh, sorry. Forgot to put my phone on mute. Michelle, I did not hear that story. I'm going to have to look it up. Um, she asked if we heard about the Ralph G. Stair and his cult in Walterboro, South Carolina. She says his crimes were swept under the rug and he died in his 80s before justice could be given to his sexual assault victims. Wow. We have not seen Alex yet. Usually, when he's about to come in the courtroom, you'll see a bunch of bailiffs lining up, and he'll enter from the door towards the front where the holding room is. Yeah, the woman in the blue jacket is Holly Miller. She is one of the smartest paralegals I've ever seen. She is amazing. Yeah, sometimes I feel like I'm having deja vu with all the Murdaugh stuff. So they are in Beaufort County today, and the trial was in Colleton. I don't know that Randolph Murdaugh III, the solicitor and Alex's father's portrait is on the Beaufort County courthouse wall. Dylan, do you know that? The old Murdaugh law firm, it was PMPED. It is now known as the Parker Law Group. Um, Somebody just asked what the old Murdaugh law firm was called now. G Queen just asked if she wonders if Alex has any prison ink yet. Speaking of that, I need to do another FOIA for Alex's prison communications for just see what's going in and out of there. Megan asked if there's been any word from Maggie Murdaugh's family regarding any of this or since the trial has concluded. No, we have not heard from them. I had heard from sources that Maggie's father was not well. He's elderly and not doing well. So I am not surprised we haven't heard from any of them, but they have stayed quiet. Criminal Med just asked, what is happening with the Stephen Smith case now that they've identified subject or suspects? Right now, I mean, all we know is that there are primary suspects. We had heard the grand jury was meeting, but those proceedings are secret, held secret, and there have not been any indictments that we are aware of. For anybody who did not read our coverage on the suspects in the Stephen Smith homicide case, I just posted a link to the article, the last article about it. Lisa asked if it's legal for a judge to discuss trials and invoke their personal feelings publicly. Um, so, in looking at the judicial canons, I mean, there are things that guide them in what they can and can't do regarding trials. It is, they do it a lot. So, I don't think it's uncommon for judges to discuss, but it does say that they should not, talk about whether or not they thought the jury did the right thing. And they aren't supposed to talk about a case that is pending. So, whether when Judge Newman was speaking on the Today Show or at his alma mater, if that case was considered pending, it's a question. But Judge Newman's great. I don't know. I'm going to leave that to the legal people with law degrees to determine. Uh, DN asked whatever happened to the allegations against the clerk of court in Carleton County, Becky Hill. For anybody who doesn't know, Murdaugh's legal defense team had filed a request for a new trial alleging that Becky Hill, the clerk of court, had improper communications with the jury during the murder trial. So, um, so that is part of what's going on. So they had Judge Newman, Judge Clifton Newman has recused himself from hearing any matters relating to the jury misconduct, the evidentiary hearings. So we're waiting to hear who the new judge is and if there will be an evidentiary hearing in those allegations. And then we'll see where that goes from there. Criminal med. Oh my gosh, what is going on with cousin Eddie? That is like my biggest question. There has not been any movement in his case that I am aware of because we still have all of those charges against him relating to the roadside shooting and then the drug charges that were filed in June of 2022 relating to Alex Murdaugh. As far as I know, he is out on bond and no hearings have been set, but we are anxiously awaiting that. Oh, somebody's all the way in Thailand and it's the evening there. Just FYI, about Wednesday of this week, I realized that Thanksgiving was next week. That is how crazy it's been here. And I'm going to move my mic a little closer to me so people can hear me. You might see it in the frame. This is my first live. So it's apparently it is difficult to find turkeys in Highland. That is brand new information to me. Since I had absolutely not planned for Thanksgiving, we opted to plan a last minute trip to my in law's house. So, that door that is just to the right of the woman in the blue blazer there, that typically I believe is where Alex would come out of when he enters the courtroom. The Presumption podcast likes the Michigan accent. It's hard to lose, and when I go back up north, I sound like I'm Canadian. So this hearing, I think, primarily is addressing the upcoming trial that's scheduled November 27th on financial crimes. And that trial is related specifically to the financial crimes that were committed in the Satterfield case, allegedly. And like I said, this is going to be primarily discussing the defense's motion for a change of venue, but I expect that some additional pending issues are going to be addressed as well. Gossip, rumor, and innuendo, one of my favorite YouTube channels. What are you doing in the Caribbean? I'm so jealous. Although I'm in Louisiana, so it's not like it's cold. Karen, yes, Judge Newman is still presiding over this area of the trials. The only thing that he has recused himself for at this point is the anything relating to the murder trial. So the potential evidentiary hearing, if that's determined is necessary, will be decided by another judge who has yet to be appointed by the Supreme Court. Kelly, the last I checked, I think I asked one of my friends who lives in Hampton about a month ago um, if there were any tombstones on Maggie and Paul's graves yet. And the last time I asked, there hadn't been any tombstone placed as of yet. I am on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain, so up in like Mandeville, Slidell area. The Presumption podcast asked if the courtroom's full. Every shot that we have seen of the courtroom, I haven't seen many people, which I was surprised about. But a lot of times they have in Beaufort, they do have the media sit in a separate area, viewing area. So I'm not sure if that's where, if it's primarily media that's attending, if they have them in a separate viewing area. Yes, Dylan just pointed out all of the attorneys, including the defense and the prosecution, just it looks like they just left the judge's chambers, so not sure what they were meeting about. Karen, very good point. She said it's a Murdaugh case, no telling what that meeting was about. Amen. So these trials are going to be held in Beaufort County. Up, looks like Alex is being brought in. There he is. Yeah, so Becky will not be the clerk in this. So I'm going to go ahead and mute myself so we can hear what is going on and I'm not talking over them.
This court is in session. The Honorable Judge Clifton Newman presiding. Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning. All right, we're on the record. State v. Alex Murdaugh. Welcome everyone here to Beaufort County. There are some matters I believe that that the court will need to take up with counsel. It'll take some time. Don't know exactly how long. So we're going to immediately recess and come back on the record at that time. Anything from the state or the defense?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right. The court will be in recess for a period of time. Mr. Murdaugh, how you doing?
And it looks like they are going to chambers. So they are already going into recess. Rachel, we haven't had any new info on the John Mudders misconduct, but we do have some FOIAs out in requests for court transcripts to get some clarification on what went on in that case. As soon as we have it, we will be posting an article. I wish I knew what they were talking about in chambers. It's going to be interesting. So Judge Newman, as I said earlier, has recused himself from hearing anything relating to the jury misconduct allegations in the murder trial, but he, as of right now, he's still presiding over all of the trials relating to Alex's financial crimes. I will post an article a link to the article on Matters in the comments. Well, if I can find it, I'll find it and send it. The undercover. So he asked, where do I find the undercover cam stream for chambers? It's a really good question. I wish I knew. Dylan, my favorite wise journalist, said, folks, for a variety of reasons, it doesn't make sense for this case to go to trial. Keep your eyes peeled for a plea to be arranged since the Supreme Court shot down the defense's stay request. Gossip, rumor, and innuendo. Anything new on the Rose Petal murder case? Not right now. We are awaiting for hearings to get scheduled. We're hearing the trial is going to be in early 2024, but as of right now, it has not been put on the docket. Sally's confused because they're going to recess. You're not dumb. You're not a dummy. Nothing Murdaugh ever goes exactly like you think it's going to. So it looks like they had filed a bunch of motions over the past few weeks, including one yesterday regarding Judge Newman recusing himself from the financial trial, from presiding over the financial trials. So they went into chambers before the hearing began, and it looks like they have some additional matters to discuss. So they came out and said that they would go into recess and go back into chambers to have some more discussions. And they are in Beaufort County today, not Colleton County. Dorothy, I do not believe Becky is there. She is not the clerk of court in Beaufort County. Um, she's a clerk of court in Colleton, so there wouldn't be any reason for her to be there. In the trial in November, and that begins November 27th, as of right now, is venued in Beaufort County. So that is the clerk of court over there will be overseeing the trial. Somebody just asked if a white smoke rises from the courthouse when they have reached a plea agreement. It should. Something dramatic should happen. So, for anybody who missed the news yesterday, the Supreme Court did issue a response to Murdaugh's defense team's writ of prohibition, which was seeking an order prohibiting the Honorable Clifton Newman from adjudicating the petitioner's motion for a new trial, and also from presiding over future trials of Murdaugh. And they also filed, the defense also filed a motion to stay trial court proceedings pending the court's ruling on the writ of prohibition. So they denied all of those, and announced that Judge Newman had requested a new judge be assigned to handle the post-trial motions involving the murder charges. So Judge Newman, as of right now, is still presiding over the financial crimes trial that is scheduled November 27th in Beaufort County. And that's relating to the crimes that were committed allegedly by Alex against the Satterfield family. That is still happening. Judge Newman is still presiding at this point. And the Supreme Court will appoint a new judge to oversee the jury tampering allegations um, alleged by the defense team. So we are waiting for that. And today we were supposed to be discussing primarily a change of venue motion filed by the defense team stating they did not believe they could get an impartial jury in Beaufort County based on the jury questionnaire responses. So that is why we are here. But obviously, with everything Murdaugh, there is a lot more going on. Criminal Med asked, can you tell me which gas station Stephen Smith had the encounter with the characters before he later ran out of gas? It was the gas station I had heard at Snyder's Crossing, which is in Islandton. There's not a lot there. I believe there's only one gas station. So if you are going down there, that is where it is located. So just look up it's Snyder's Crossing or Snyder's Crossroads. Yeah, Judge Newman is absolutely one of the one of the best judges I have seen in action. And I was not surprised when he voluntarily recused himself because I think, you know, in the end, if there is an evidentiary hearing, he was there and it potentially could have been a witness. I do think he handled that trial so well, so professionally. His demeanor was fabulous. That is just my opinion. I'm sure everybody has their own opinions, but it was an honor to watch him preside over that case. I've never been in chambers conference with a judge, thank God, but I always wondered what it was like. So the audio, while they're in chambers, we still get the video feed, but there is no audio. So you just get to hear me talk. Lucky you. Sonia just said, I love Judge Newman, but if South Carolina had another trustworthy judge, the whole recusal issue would be less frightening and possibly more efficient. I was thinking about like which judge would they appoint? Yeah, that's an interesting question. There are good judges in South Carolina, believe it or not. It's going to take somebody with a lot of experience to preside over this stuff. I think my cousin Vinny in Chambers. Now, unless it pleads out, there's another trial coming up that we are keeping an eye on. And that would be for Spencer Roberts, who is one of the alleged cowboy gang members that was affiliated with whatever was going on with the drugs and Alex. Jerry Rivers was the other defendant named in that indictment, and he did take a plea deal. But as of right now, Spencer Roberts is still scheduled to go to trial. I believe the start date is December 18th, and I believe that one is also in Beaufort as well. Judge Newman's daughter, I love that idea. So if you didn't know this, Judge Newman's daughter is also a judge in South Carolina and is well respected as one might expect. My background is dark because I have a background behind me because I am recording in my little studio, and what's behind me is not very exciting. So. I don't mind talking as long as you guys don't mind listening to me. That's a good question. Does Alex go to Chambers too? Are there any attorneys on here that know if the defendant goes to Chambers when the defense team does? I would make sense that they do. Oh, here we go. Yes, so if anybody's on here and does not have the full background of Cousin Eddie, Cousin Eddie was Alex's alleged drug dealer, and was indicted in relation to the roadside shooting that happened just 3 months after Paul and Maggie Murdaugh were murdered on June 7th, 2021. Um, Alex said that he hired Eddie to kill him, basically assisted suicide for insurance money for Buster. Eddie obviously denies those charges and says he was set up. So that case is so crazy. I mean, just like everything with this story, it's crazy. Will Alex get to wear courtroom attire to his financial crimes trials? I'm not sure about that. It's a good question. Rachel said Emily Baker did a great 3 hour live yesterday going over the state's very thorough response to the Becky Hill debacle, and it was a very different account of events from what Harpootlian and Jim portrayed. Yeah, Emily Baker is a really good person to follow on this stuff. She gives a very balanced viewpoint. Yeah, I was not surprised that the state responded and the accounts were so different. I do think that an evidentiary hearing is needed to clarify what happened, since there are so many different stories. Dylan says he believes Alex can wear street clothes to his financial trial. So I kind of thought that as well, but I wasn't 100% sure. Myra, this pretrial hearing is related to the defense team for Alex Murdaugh. They filed a motion for a change of venue, stating that they don't believe that they can get a fair jury in Beaufort County based on, they sent jury questionnaires out to the potential jury pool. In those responses, they believe indicate that they cannot get a fair and impartial jury in Beaufort County. Everybody in Beaufort has heard about this case. A lot said that they already have made their minds up regarding his guilt. So they've asked for the trial to be moved, but we are also hearing that there have been plea negotiations related to the many, many charges filed against him for financial crimes. Yes, we also like CLR Bruce Rivers and lawyer for unbiased commentary. And then Defense Diaries, well, he does give, it's a defense perspective. Bob Mata, he always has very good, it feels balanced to me, background on legal motions. Judge Newman for president in 2024. After the Murdaughs, I can't even, I'm sure that's the last thing Judge Newman, he probably just wants to retire and be quiet. Happy Annie, do you think they could be hammering out a deal in chambers? Anything's possible. Anything is possible with these guys. Oh, Mandy Powers Norell is on with us. Yay. Sue, I agree. I wish there were more Judge Newmans in this world as well. Oh, thank you, Mandy. Mandy Powers Norell, who is an actual attorney. She says Alex is not in chambers right now with them while they're meeting, and he can wear courtroom attire to his trial. Bill Young says Court TV has reported they are very close to a deal on all financial crimes. That's what we are hearing too, so that would not surprise me at all. Cindy asked if the evidentiary hearing will be televised. If they do, if the new judge who is assigned indicates that he believes an evidentiary hearing is needed, unless they determine they don't want cameras in the courtroom, it should be televised, but it is up to each individual judge how they handle media. Judge Newman is very, very media friendly. Somebody asked who the portraits on the wall are of. Typically in the courtrooms, those portraits, former solicitors, former judges who are revered in the communities. I'm not sure if any of Alex's family is on the wall in Beaufort. It's a good question, though. Pat May said Johnny James did a fabulous job on the response from the state. He did, absolutely. We're not sure when this will start back up. Somebody asked if it'll be starting soon. They're in chambers meeting about some issues. Not sure how long that will take. Henry says, if you like this video and subscribe to this channel, it is possible that a great fortune awaits. He read it in a fortune cookie. It is true. Yes, please do subscribe if you follow us. Just you get notifications when we do go live. We're going to try and do some of this more often. And then you also get notifications when the weekend review pops up or when we have other videos that appear on the channel. And Dylan Nolan is the man with the master plan, director of special projects, who helps make all this video content possible. He's amazing. Frampton Harper says the middle portrait is of former Judge Thomas Kemmerlin, Master in Equity for Beaufort County. The jurist wearing the bow tie is former Circuit Court Judge Jackson Gregory. Very nice. Good to know. Thank you. Yes, during the murder trial, Judge Newman did have the portrait of Randolph Murdaugh. Well, all Murdaughs were removed from the Colleton County Courthouse from the walls. They were replaced, put back in their place after the trial ended. Smash that like button. So the 14th Circuit in South Carolina has, I believe, 5 counties: Colleton, Jasper, Hampton, Beaufort. Oh, the last one's going to come to me. It may not. But Beaufort is where Hilton Head Island is, Beaufort, South Carolina. And that is where the financial crimes trial that is scheduled for November 27th is scheduled for. Allendale, thank you, Bill. Whew, almost had them all. Allendale is the 5th county in the 14th Judicial Circuit of South Carolina. The 14th Circuit is the only one with that many counties. The other ones have 2, 3, or 4. Pat May, yes, Bob Mata has absolutely changed my opinion of defense attorneys. He is a wonderful attorney to follow on YouTube and his podcast. All right, Dylan just spoke with Will, who is in the courtroom, and said no official word on a plea at the moment, but it's the main topic of conversation at the courthouse today. Defense attorneys, yes, they take a lot of heat in the press, but good defense attorneys are critical to our judicial system. So I appreciate them, and yes, some of them have a lot of antics. So, but they are doing their jobs. That is, somebody asked how many other financial trials does Alex face? Alex Murdaugh's total counter charges is well over 100 right now. And the indictments were venued in different counties because the victims and the crimes were spread throughout South Carolina. So I think that they would, an actual attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they're going to try those in the counties in which the indictments were filed. Louise asked if the juries have spoken out yet. I think if you mean the jurors from the Murdaugh trial, some chose to speak out publicly following the verdicts. Some did not. And we are waiting to hear if there's going to be an evidentiary hearing regarding the various allegations made by them or not made by them in the jury tampering. A retrial for the murders has not been decided. Judge Newman yesterday recused himself from hearing any matters relating to the murder trial, including evidentiary hearings. So the Supreme Court will appoint a new judge to preside over those matters. We're waiting that and waiting to see if, if they believe there should be an evidentiary hearing. Somebody asked where Becky Hill is. This is Beaufort County Courthouse, and Becky Hill is the clerk of court in Colleton County, so we do not expect to see Becky today. Do I think there is a real chance Alex will get a retrial? I have no clue. I really don't. There's a lot of factors, huge factors that will play into that. I do think that there will be and should be an evidentiary hearing just to clarify what happened. But as for a retrial, I have no clue because the stories submitted by the defense and prosecution vary so differently. I think we just have to see what the evidence is and how that plays out in an evidentiary hearing. Yes, this is completely separate from the murder trial. This is the financial crime stuff. Becky is still in her role as clerk of court, as these are still just allegations that she did something. All right, the legal team is coming back in. So I am going to get muted so that I don't talk over anybody. Okay, I'm back. I thought we were going to get started. There was movement, false alarm, so I guess I will come back and chat. Um, it's going to be interesting. So again, we are in Beaufort County, not Colleton County, where the murder trials were held. And we are today here relating to the financial crimes and the trial that is scheduled for November 27th in Beaufort County, over which Judge Clifton Newman is presiding. We are our primary reason for being here was relating to the change of venue motion that Alex's defense team filed. They sent questionnaires out to the possible jury pool, and not surprisingly, when they got them back, most people said that they had heard of Alex Murdaugh. At this point, most people have heard of Alex Murdaugh. But a number of them had also indicated they did not believe that they could be impartial, had already formed opinions on Alex's guilt or innocence. So the defense team filed a motion for a change of venue. Um, so whether or not they actually will get that, unknown. I mean, they don't. Everybody could have heard of Alex Murdaugh, but can they be a fair and impartial juror? Is really what the court needs to look for. But it does sound like plea negotiations are ongoing, according to sources, and there is a potential that there will be a plea agreement on all of these financial crimes. But whether or not that will actually happen, I am not sure. Um, Larry asks, will Becky be charged with anything if they find that she did what they are saying she did? Those are a lot of big ifs. And I'm actually not sure if she would face criminal charges. I mean, it would have to show that what she did was intentional. They would have to prove these allegations. There's a lot of big ifs when it comes to the jury tampering allegations. Yes, it is very hard to be impartial when people have heard him confess to the financial crimes. That is absolutely a really, really good point. Um, Whether or not the book that Becky Hill, the clerk of court in Colleton County, wrote following the murder trial was a good idea, I'm not sure. I think it was a great idea, but the trial was over. She was no longer involved. She did get approvals from the ethics commission. Um, so I really don't know the answer to that. That is that's a whole bunch of legal questions of, and I am 100% not an attorney. Um, so he was charged both federally and by the state relating to the financial crimes. He took a plea deal for the financial crimes in federal court, but has not yet taken a plea deal for the charges in state court. So the trial that's scheduled for November 27th is relating to the charges filed against him for the money that he stole allegedly from the Satterfield family settlement. Gloria Satterfield was the former Murdaugh housekeeper who fell on their property at Moselle down the stairs, sustained injuries, and died about a month after her fall. Um, Whole lot of background. I guess I have a little time. So the After the fall and after her death, Alex spoke to her two sons and told them that they should file a lawsuit against him and his insurance company to get a settlement relating to her death and hook them up with his good buddy, Corey Fleming, another attorney in South Carolina who represented them. They received the settlement, did not notify the boys. The judge signed off on it and then proceeded to steal all of it, which is no bueno. Corey Fleming did plead guilty in both state and federal court and is currently serving a fairly lengthy prison sentence. Judy Halliday asked or says she saw where Judge Newman will be the judge if this killer gets another murder trial. It was on the front page of the Post and Courier. Right now, so Judge Newman has recused himself from hearing any matters relating to the jury tampering allegations in the murder trial. So right now, those are just allegations. The defense team has filed a motion for a new trial in the murder charges that he was convicted of in March of this year. And the state has filed a response. They do not believe that he should get a new trial. And if they do believe they should limit or get an evidentiary hearing, new trial. If they do believe the questions asked of the jury in an evidentiary hearing should be limited. So we're waiting to hear who the new judge appointed by the Supreme Court is. And at that point, if we get an evidentiary hearing, then we will hear the evidence in the jury tampering allegations. It does look like the attorneys are coming back in. Again, when they do go live, I will mute myself so that I am not talking over what you guys are all really here for. I see Dick Harputli and John Matters and Jim Griffin. Yes, they're all friendly. These lawyers all know each other well. They have worked together for decades and, have a good rapport despite being on the opposite side of things. People are always surprised by that, but I always think it's nice when I see them friendly with each other. I don't know that I see Creighton Waters and Dick and Jim ever throwing it up in the background. Judge Newman is currently still the judge presiding over all of the financial crime hearings. I love Judge Newman. I think recusing himself from hearing anything relating to the jury tampering was a really good move on his part, and it did not surprise me because he's really legally ethical. And when it happened, I think people were surprised, but I was not. And I think another judge should hear that stuff. That's my opinion. But I do think he could. I think he can preside over the financial crimes trials and be impartial. I really do. I wish I'd turn the sound on so I can hear what they're saying. I'm so nosy. They asked why wouldn't the murder convictions trump any that would move him to a federal facility? I'm not sure how, I think if they were, these are huge ifs. These, I always preface this, these are big ifs. If they were to have an evidentiary hearing and determine that he should be granted a new trial on the murder convictions, those convictions, I think, are technically vacated. And if he were to plea in the federal convictions, those would trump, I guess, the states. I don't think that's how it works. Yeah, there are still people in South Carolina who have not heard of Alex Murdaugh. believe it or not, or people that do not care about Alex Murdaugh. So yeah, I mean, I don't think that getting an impartial jury in South Carolina is absolutely out of the question. Okay, if you guys are liking our video content, please make sure that you subscribe, hit that like button, give us some love, because Dylan works so hard at this stuff, and we love having y'all here. So in Colleton County, Murdaugh's family pictures, portraits were taken off of the courtroom walls prior to the start of his murder trial by the order of Judge Newman. They have been they were put back up after the trial, but we are in Beaufort County right now. I do not know if there are any Murdaughs hanging on the walls of the Beaufort County Courthouse, though. When I was speaking with an attorney about this that I trust quite a bit on change of venue, she had mentioned that if they were to grant a change of venue, they would likely try to move it to a county that is demographically similar to Colleton County, Beaufort County, whatever county that it would be tried in, they would try to keep it demographically similar. So, they wouldn't move from Colleton County to Richland County, because Richland County has Columbia, South Carolina in it. It's a very urban area, and those jury makeups tend to be very different. The previous convictions have not been set aside yet. We are still waiting for the court to determine if there will be an evidentiary hearing relating to the jury tampering allegations. So right now, the ball is in the Supreme Court's hands on that, because Judge Newman has recused himself. So a new judge will have to be appointed to oversee the jury tampering allegations and the motion for a new trial. Yes, Alex Murdaugh will be here. We've already seen him come in when they determined that when they were coming in, and Judge Newman told the court that they were going to go on recess so they could go in chambers and discuss some matters that were still yet pending. Alex was brought in and then brought out of the courtroom. According to attorney Mandy Powers Norrell, Alex does not go into chamber with the judge and the attorneys for those discussions. So he would have been brought back to the holding cell in Beaufort County Courthouse, where he would await for the proceedings to begin again. So he should come back out once more. And I'm trying to keep up with what Dylan is sending me. One moment. All right. Will Folks, our founding editor, is in the courtroom, and he said the attorneys in the Murdaugh financial crimes trial have returned from closed door negotiations. Both sides are now huddling and conferring with Judge Clifton Newman's clerk of court, who is not Becky Hill, because we are in Beaufort County. Thank you, Dylan, for sending me that. So we had started, somebody asked if about the scuttle about a possible plea. We had heard yesterday that there was a possibility that there would be, that the defense and the prosecution were discussing actively a plea deal for all of the financial crimes. So people are wondering if that is why they were in the judge's chambers trying to hammer out the plea deal. Jim Griffin just left the courtroom and went through that back door. Not sure where he's going. I see some talk in the chat about the Long Island serial killer who did have ties to South Carolina. If you saw the Dateline this past week on Friday, they actually did talk about that. He owned property in Chester County, which is in kind of up, upstate towards York County, and north side of the state. Uh, yes, his brother does live there. Presumption Podcast tells us a plea deal would not be negotiated and hammered out in chambers with the judge. Or motion issues would take place in the judge's presence. Thank you so much. I love it when an actual lawyer jumps in because I am absolutely not one. I am trying to use my big girl voice and speak loud so y'all can hear me. I've got my mic as close as I can get it without it being literally in my face. Yes, so the Rose Petal murder, which we covered on Fitz Files, is absolutely crazy. If you have not listened to those episodes, it is available on all the podcast platforms, also on YouTube. It is in the upstate, Greenville, South Carolina, and absolutely, if you follow true crime, you're going to want to catch up on this one because it is still pending, hopefully going to trial in 2024. It is wild. I, almost given Murdaugh run for the money, but it is absolutely one that you're going to want to catch up on before the trial starts because it's going to be fun. Ooh, Lucy says if there is a new trial, she is not going to watch it. That's a really good point. Would people watch this if there was a new murder trial? I don't think that it would be in as wild as the first one. I keep waiting for Alex to walk back out. Yeah, I always think like when I think of it, like the huge ifs, I have to keep saying that there's so many ifs. If he were to be granted a new trial, it would be really different. Just it would be a very different different set of circumstances. Yeah, so the Presumption podcast, who's been in chat, that is actually it's a newer podcast, and it is Sarah Azari, who is a defense attorney, and Jim Griffin, and they actually really have some great guests. And I love hearing the point of view from defense attorneys because it's really interesting. And yes, I know both are very controversial figures, but they do really have some interesting guests and talk about some great topics. So if you haven't listened to it, I highly recommend it. Yeah, I would. Yeah, if there were big ifs, if there were a new trial, I would love to see how the state changed their approach. I also would love to see if they got any new evidence, and just really, like we got the evidence from the OnStar data from Alex's car during the trial. Are there other things out there that they didn't get prior to the trial but didn't think they needed it would be really interesting. We have not, for the Rose Petal murder up in Greenville, Um, we've heard that the trial is going to be in 2024, but that has not been set on the docket. We've been checking it pretty regularly just to see when it gets set and checking in with those close to the case. But as of right now, no trial date has been set. Yeah, I do think somebody said, Myra said, I would watch if there was a new trial just to see the differences between trial. Actually, I do. I would be curious to see, how they change their approach, if they changed who they called to the witness stand from the first trial. There are a lot of people, they submitted a giant witness list before the trial started. And there were a lot of names on there that I was interested in hearing from that did not get called, such as Cousin Eddie. Dylan just posted a poll. Would you watch Murdaugh trial part 2? I'm going to say yes, because I think I'm going to have to for work. Just a reminder from my man Dylan, if you have not subscribed to FITSNews YouTube, hit that little subscribe button. We won't annoy you. Just gives you notifications when we post new videos. And if we go live like this again, which we're hoping to do. Somebody asked, do you know if Jim Griffin and Dick Harpootlian will be sanctioned for any of the things that they have done? Pointing a gun at the prosecution, laughing about it on Jim's podcast. Will they be held accountable? I mean, if anybody filed a complaint with the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, which oversees attorneys in South Carolina, those complaints take a very long time to get through the system. And if there are no sanctions, we won't hear about it. So it's a good question. Yeah, Kyle says, how could we have gone this far with all things Murdaugh and not watch another trial? Yeah, and like Dylan pointed out, I think we're gonna have to watch it. And for anybody who is worried about their opinions on the chat, we all have different opinions, and I respect them all. And I change my opinion all the time. I try to be open-minded as much as possible. So don't feel bad for having an opinion. Elizabeth says, when does the concert start? I know, I'm waiting. They could at least give us an opening act here. I wish I could read lips. Cousin Eddie is one of those people that somebody said it would be interesting to hear from Cousin Eddie in a new trial, and he's one of those people that I am dying to hear from. When I saw that he was in the Netflix special, I was like shocked, and absolutely just I was there for it. I want to hear what Cousin Eddie has to say. I think Cousin Eddie knows a lot. Trial 2 without the financials? That's a good question. So I guess if we get a new trial, Judge Newman had ruled that the allegations on the financial crimes would be allowed in because they related to his motive. I think, and if there's a lawyer in here who wants to correct me, but I think we would have to, if there were big ifs, if there were a new trial, I think the judge who presides over that trial would have to make that decision again. So I think would be really interesting. Yes, Blanca, the Murdaugh's former housekeeper who was very close to Maggie Murdaugh. I think she knows a lot as well. When I watched the Netflix special, I found her very interesting. And when they asked her, at the end, they asked her about, the bigger picture in terms of drug trafficking, and she was not comfortable answering it. She looked frightened almost. All right. Would you watch a murder trial part 2? 85% of y'all said yes. 14% said no. Interesting. The Charlie Adelson trial. Holy cannoli, that was wild. And then when they arrested the mom a week after sentencing, trying to flee the country. Oh, if you aren't following that and you love trials, you need to get over there and catch up on that case because it is crazy wild. Am I still not totally convinced of Alex Murdaugh's guilt? I think Alex Murdaugh is 100% where he should be. That is my personal opinion. I think he is guilty of a whole lot of crime. Whether or not I think he actually pulled the trigger, I think he was there. I think he knows who did it. I think he likely pulled the trigger, but I think in all of the crimes that Alex committed, I feel like he had a tendency to not commit the actual crimes. He'd like to outsource it. So I don't know. I really don't know. That whole thing makes me crazy. But yeah, he's where he should be. Oh, I think we might get started soon. Yeah, cousin Eddie, when he was in jail prior to the judge giving him bond, he was in protective custody, which I thought was really, really interesting. He is now out on bond. Oh, I think there comes Jim Griffin. So somebody just said Charlie Adelson getting on the stand was so yesterday after this defendant in the Low Country. I immediately, when I saw he was taking the stand, I thought of Alex. I was like, ooh, you didn't learn your lesson, buddy. Come on. Russell Lafitte is not in the crowd because he is in the federal penitentiary. Oh, hang on. I'm going to mute myself because my parents just walked in my house. Hi, I'm back. Sorry about that. My parents are visiting this weekend because my daughter has a cheerleading competition, and they're here to watch it, and it's her senior year. Bubba break. Yes, I have two dogs that love me so much. Big old dogs. Henry says, "Hey, chat, if we hit 500 likes, Dylan and Jen will both receive $100 as a small token for their excellent coverage." $100? Woo! Come on, hit that like button. Let's go. All right, Mandy Powers Norrell, she is in the chat. She said, if they've just finished the details of a plea negotiation, they have to draft the sentencing sheets and make sure everyone agrees, and Alex will have to sign them too. So if there was a plea agreement, that is what would be happening in the background. Yes, I always think Rosie said that she respects my opinion, but we have countless of parents, mothers included, that would pull the trigger. Yeah, you are absolutely right. I don't know. I'm just so torn on everything. Oh, y'all are hitting those like buttons. Thank you. Yeah, the family owned guns disappearing. Absolutely. It was just, where are the guns? Just so many questions. Okay, so we see Dick Harpootlians going in and out of that back room. Brittany says, in the kennel video, everything sounds and seems so normal. Then a minute or two later, he turns and kills him. She doesn't think that makes sense. That's I've listened to that kennel video so many times and wondered that. I don't know. It sounded normal, but I've always wondered how things went south so quickly, but I guess it does happen. Yeah, Dylan says defrauding a bunch of poor people does not make sense, and Alex doesn't make sense. Absolutely 100% true. Nothing. This case is like a maze of mass insanity. Yeah, we'll work. This is our first time doing this live streaming. We will keep working on the mic issues. In the meantime, I've got the thing like literally right next to my face and am trying to speak as loudly as possible because I do have a tendency to be soft spoken, unless you ask my kids and they say I'm not. Oh, Dr. Kinsey. Gosh, I would love to see Dr. Kinsey on the stand again. He just started his own business. If you haven't checked out, he's got a website and everything. He is just wonderful. I did a live stream with Dr. Kinsey and Bob Mata for Jay. The Shaming of Jay, Facebook. You follow him on Twitter and YouTube. And Dr. Kinsey said he wasn't entirely sure if there were a new trial, if that would be something he would have the time to do with this new business. So it definitely, like I said, would be if there was a second trial, would be a completely different situation. So for anybody not very familiar with the cast of characters, in the bottom left corner with the glasses on his head, that is John Metters. He is part of the Attorney General's team. Yeah, Moselle. If you have not looked at Moselle on the map, it is a gigantic property. I mean, I think it's like 1,500 acres, and it is it's huge. It has since been purchased, and they did take the plot of land. It's where the house is up for sale. They kind of broke apart the land. Oh yeah, that is Johnny James behind John Metters. He's also with the South Carolina Attorney General. Really smart attorney. Yeah, as Liz Donahue pointed out on here, the standard for a new trial is very high, as it should be. And, you know, right now, the allegations lodged by the defense team regarding jury tampering are just that, allegations. So we have to wait, and, you know, we got the state's response to that, and we are waiting to hear whether or not there will be an evidentiary hearing. I would not be surprised if there was an evidentiary hearing. I think one's needed just to, you know, go through the allegations, and hopefully they are not true, and hopefully we don't get a new trial. Sherry says, I thought it was just the attorneys that went to the chamber. Mandy Powers-Norrell, an attorney in South Carolina who is amazing, did confirm that it is just the attorneys that go into chambers. Alex would have gone back to the holding cell in the Beaufort County Courthouse. Woohoo, the likes are at 513. Thank you, y'all. Yes, Myra just asked, did y'all hear about the guy that raped 3 young women and was just released in South Carolina? So that is Bowen Turner. If you go to the FITSNews site, we have had a lot of coverage on Bowen Turner out of Orangeburg, South Carolina. And Dylan actually produced a mini documentary, which is available on our YouTube channel. Really, really good stuff. But yes, he was released under intensive supervision by the South Carolina Department of Corrections after serving a very short sentence, very short. So one thing I thought was interesting evidentiary wise with the Murdaugh trial was that I had heard from a fairly decent source, that a really good source actually, that they had done a warrant for geofence data at Moselle, which means that it was a warrant with Google to see who came in and out of the cell towers there. And none of that was introduced into evidence during the trial, which always surprised me. I know cell service is spotty out there. I am not a geofencing expert, but I was always kind of anxious to see that evidence, and it was not presented. In Beaufort County, when there are, in the past, when they have hearings that are high profile, the press typically is in a separate room. If they're doing video coverage. So there's likely that a lot of the people that you would see in the courtroom press-wise are in a separate room covering it. But I do think Will Folks, our funding editor, who is in the courthouse today, is in the main courtroom, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to put a link to the Bowen Turner documentary in the chat for y'all. Just a really, really, really disheartening story. You got a sweetheart plea deal, and a lot of people's lives were affected by the crimes he committed. Just sad. So the hearing was supposed to start at 10 a.m. Eastern time. They went back into judge's chambers to discuss something, and looks like they are out, and we are waiting for it to resume. This is not a trial, it is a hearing. The trial for the financial crimes was scheduled to begin November 27th in Beaufort County. This hearing was intended to discuss a motion for a change of venue filed by Alex's defense team. In the middle in the suit, if you do not know this cast of characters, is Creighton Waters, navy suit, striped tie, and sitting in the chair behind him in the blue blazer is Hallie Miller, who is Dick Harpootlian and Jim Griffin's fabulous paralegal, very, very smart woman. So hearings are typically who is missing? Dick and Jim are missing. I see Johnny James in there still. Hearings are scheduled to hear pretrial motions. So, when they file a motion for a change of venue prior to the trial, or file a motion regarding evidence, file motions regarding, those are called hearings. And then the trial is scheduled in the venue. Sorry, I'm trying to read and talk at the same time. I'm doing a horrible job. Thank you for turning on notifications. Rolled away the stone. So yes, this is a hearing. So scheduled to start at 10 a.m. they were in chambers prior to it starting and then came out a little late. And Judge Newman said that they had some additional things to discuss in chambers, and they went back into chambers, and looks like they are back out now. We had heard sources tell us that there was ongoing plea negotiations relating to the charges filed against Alex Murdaugh by the state for the financial crimes. So who knows if they reached a plea deal, or if they came to some agreement prior to the hearing. I think I saw, so I see John Metters, Jim Griffin, Dick Harputli in the background there, Johnny James and Creighton Waters, all out. So I think all of the attorneys are out of the chambers. Jim Griffin, they're furiously texting away. Arthur says he wants to see Creighton Waters perform live. He is a really, really good guitar player. Kylo, I need to look into lip reading school too. I said this earlier, but like this week on Wednesday, I was sitting here looking at the calendar and realized that next week is Thanksgiving and my kids are off all week. I was like, whoa, did not see that coming. So no, I am not ready for Thanksgiving. So this hearing is in Beaufort County, and somebody just asked if Becky Hill was here. Becky Hill is the clerk of court in Colleton County, so she is not here today. Dylan just said he ran into Creighton at the South Carolina Philharmonic Orchestra. He is a true music fan, just like Dylan. Dylan loves music. He always sends me really interesting songs to check out. Larry, if you have any questions about the FITSNews website, feel free to email. I mean, if you can email support@fitsnews.com, or if you're not getting a response for some reason, they're usually really good about it. You can email me at research@fitsnews.com, and I'll make sure they get it. They are in the Beaufort County courtroom. So, Judge Clifton Newman is presiding still over the financial crimes trial. He recused himself yesterday on matters relating to the murder trial. So, the jury tampering allegations, the defense's motion for a new trial based on the jury tampering allegations will be heard by another South Carolina judge, and we are waiting to hear who the Supreme Court appoints for that judgeship. Creighton always looks so serious. He's one of those people, like, I can't even imagine him smiling. Yes, everybody in chat, make sure you are respectful of everybody's opinions and kind. So if you have not subscribed to the FITSNews YouTube channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Dylan Nolan, our director of special projects, is just amazing and works so hard to keep great content on YouTube. One of my favorite humans on earth. Sometimes I feel like court is a whole bunch of hurry up and wait. Jennifer Meservey says, I think the new judge should be from Greenville or another place away from the madness. Definitely somebody from outside of the Low Country. South Carolina State Seal. Yeah, Creighton is in a band. Creighton Waters, the lead attorney for the Attorney General's office, is in a band, and he is really good at playing the guitar. It surprised me because he is so serious all the time, and it's fun to see him like cutting loose and playing some sweet music. Yeah, like I said, an attorney I spoke to regarding change of venue motions in South Carolina said that typically if they do agree to a change of venue, they move it to a county that is demographically similar to the one in which the original venue was. So they're going to move a trial that's venued in a more rural county like Colleton or Hampton to a county, that's more urban like Greenville. They'll try and stick to a county that's demographically similar. So for example, like Florence County, Darlington County. But then, if you look at a trial with this high profile, you also have to have the resources to support a trial that is going to get this much attention. So it would definitely, if they did change the venue, would be really interesting. In terms of jury being, getting an impartial jury, I think it's going to be hard in South Carolina to get somebody who hasn't heard of Alex Murdaugh. But, really all they need to do, even if they've heard of him, they need to get 12 jurors who say they can be fair and impartial, which is the goal. So if they had the trial in Greenville County, I would be more than happy. I love going up to Greenville. If a change of venue were to be awarded, I believe Judge Newman would still preside. They would just move the trial to a different county. And the other option I think that they have is they could bring a jury in from another county. So but I don't know. We're hearing that there have been ongoing discussions regarding a plea deal for all of these financial crimes. So who knows if it even makes it to trial. If it does go to trial, the first financial crimes trial is scheduled November 27th in Beaufort County. And that is for the crimes allegedly committed against the Satterfield. I know we're supposed to say allegedly, for news, but, he did admit to them all in federal court. So weird. Dylan says the state has a lot of paperwork to deal with. Around 100 counts are a lot to roll into a plea, if that's what's going on. I mean, the printer's probably smoking. Yeah, bringing a jury in would be expensive. It's still another thing that surprised me about the murder trial was that they didn't sequester the jury. I talked to a lot of attorneys ahead of time, and they all thought that the jury would be sequestered, and Judge Newman said that they weren't going to be. He made the decision not to sequester them. I don't know. Judge Newman made the decision, so I guess I trust it. For everybody, we're getting this question a lot. Becky Hill is the clerk of court in Colleton County. So no, she is not present in court right now. Because this hearing is being held in Beaufort County. Presumption Podcast pointed out a big consideration in sequestering the jury is that it does piss them off. Yes, and it was a 6-week long trial. I was basically sequestered with Will and Dylan for 6 weeks. It was a long 6 weeks. Presumption Podcast also said it keeps them away from their lives and family. It's a tough call, and it is a costly one. Yes, it would have, because they would have had to pay for all those hotel rooms, additional meals. So yeah, it's definitely a tough call. And the Colleton County is so small that they would have sequestered them in a hotel in Colleton. They probably would have known the whole hotel staff. So what would that have done? I don't know. All right, for those unfamiliar with the cast characters, in the red tie there is John Metters. Talking to him is Jim Griffin. Jim Griffin is one of Alex's defense attorneys. John Metters is an attorney for the prosecution, the Attorney General's office. Running back and forth with the papers there with the beard is Johnny James. I don't know who the blonde is. Somebody asked that earlier. Deanna Short says, I believe this drug thing is huge. The boat crash sent this whole drug thing spiraling. I think there's a lot of people, prominent people, very involved in this. Yes, I actually really strongly agree with that and have researched it a lot. Johnny James, resident cutie patootie. Creighton Waters is in the Navy suit between Jim Griffin and John Metters. He is the lead prosecutor for the Attorney General's office. Man, they must be up to something. Brittany says, thank you for trying to be unbiased and giving my commentary, but at the same time, giving my personal opinion. I try to note when I'm giving my opinion, and always remember that my opinions are subject to change because I really do keep an open mind and listen to everything. I've learned a lot from Will folks. Yeah, where is Dick Harpootlian? He disappeared. Yeah, we have been working on. Deanna said maybe you'll be able to share more about the drug stuff. Yeah, we are actively working on researching that, and I do think if Spencer Roberts, who was indicted in August of 2022, goes to trial, I'll be watching that because I wonder if there is going to be some information that comes out in that trial if it happens. Like I said earlier, a lot of people are always very surprised when they see the defense and the prosecution friendly. Here comes Dick Harpootlian. But, these guys have all practiced law together for decades. They're familiar with each other. They've been on opposing sides of the table. So, while they are on opposite sides, they are still colleagues. I'm not sure who's going to be the judge in the Rose Petal trial. I'll have to look that up. Okay, the assigned judge for Zachary Hughes in his murder charges in the Rose Petal case is Judge Dean Ford. So no clue if that will stay the same, but that right now that is who is assigned to it for anybody asking. No, Dick Harpootlian does not have access to a rifle right now. Thank God. Brittany says she is really disappointed that SLED was the one in charge over the investigation regarding Becky Hill and jury tampering. That should not have happened. I actually thought that was a really interesting decision. I was surprised by that because they do have such a vested interest in the outcome of that trial. But, they are the state law enforcement division. So, and they are state, if it were to be criminal charges, it is their state charges. So, it is who is supposed to investigate it. And when I looked at the state's response to the motion for a new trial that Dick and Jim had filed relating to the jury tampering, the affidavits that were submitted by SLED agents, they all had the agents' names listed on them, and I didn't recognize any of them from the Murdaugh stuff. So I wondered if, to avoid any appearance of, improper investigation, they assigned it to very different agents. I mean, I'm hoping they did the right thing, but I was surprised that they were investigating that. I had hoped that they would kind of bow out of that. I do think, personally, I think that there is going to be an evidentiary hearing. But, I think there are heavy allegations. I do think there has to be a hearing to clear that up, to make sure everybody has faith in the system of justice in South Carolina. Whether or not I think there's going to be enough to be a new trial, that's a whole new story. Is Dylan in a band? I have seen Dylan playing with a band. I don't know if he's actively in a band right now, though. Yeah, poor Dylan. We keep him pretty busy at FITSNews. He probably doesn't have time to be in a band, but he does have his guitar hanging on the wall in the office so he can play. And when we were covering the trial on site, he would play at night in his room. It was so cute. Yeah, so our Fitz Files podcast, which it's on break after the first season, we did 2 stories, the Rose Petal Murder and Death on the Tracks. The Rose Petal Murder was based in Greenville, South Carolina, and that's an ongoing criminal matter that has not gone to trial. Really fascinating. A woman was murdered, and concert pianist, Juilliard graduate, was indicted for her murder that had no ties to her at first. And then as police started digging, they started finding ties to the father of her young child with whom she was involved in a contentious custody battle. So that is scheduled to go to trial sometime in 2024. And then the other case we covered was Death on the Tracks, and that was down in Dorchester County in the Low Country. And you will hear a lot of familiar names in the Death on the Tracks, as in the Murdaugh case. A lot of SLED investigators that overlapped, and definitely it was an interesting story to look into, and that is also still ongoing and unsolved. I did go and get coffee, but it's not exactly hydrating, and it's starting to get cold. I feel like Johnny James is doing all the work here, like, and all these other guys are just yucking it up. So Sue said people at PMPED and the bank had to know some shady stuff was going on. That actually drives me absolutely crazy. Callie Lyons did a really, really good story on the claims filed against with the receiver for, financial, and PMPD filed a rather large claim for reimbursement, and it's always driven me kind of crazy that Alex was able to allegedly steal so much money from so many people out of the law firm, and none of them knew it was happening. Come on now. Janet says I would trust Eddie as far as I could throw him. I tend to feel the same way, but man, he is just unpredictable. Dylan says, I think the law firm CPA should lose her license. I have an accounting degree, so her incompetence or immorality really upsets me. It drives me crazy that, nothing's happened to anybody. I mean, your client accounts at a law firm are, sacred. They have to be balanced to the penny. And for the firm to have no clue that there was anything going on financially, people were being, stolen from their settlements, it just bothers me. And I think the accountant there should have faced some repercussions and not gotten a promotion. Nope, Jim's taking a seat. Is Creighton over there checking poor Johnny James's homework? That's what it looks like. Oh, SC girls, anything happening with Judge Carmen Mullen? As of right now, she is still on the bench adjudicating cases. But we have heard rumblings that there are ongoing investigations into some of these judges from sources. Who thought we would be here again? Not me. For anybody just arriving, we are awaiting the start of a hearing in Beaufort County relating to Alex Murdaugh's upcoming financial crimes trial that was scheduled to begin on November 27th. So these were financial charges filed against him relating to the Gloria Satterfield settlement. And the hearing was primarily to discuss a motion for a change of venue filed by the defense team. They had sent out jury questionnaires, and the responses indicated most people that in the potential jury pool had heard of Alex Murdaugh, and many of them felt they could not be impartial. They had already made decisions relating to his guilt. So they requested a change of venue. We had heard yesterday from sources that there had been plea negotiations between the defense and the state relating to Alex's many, many financial charges. So they went back in chambers to discuss matters off the record. We are back now waiting for the hearing to start up again. If there were to be a change of venue, according to Johnny James getting pictures, interesting. According to an attorney that is well-versed in this stuff from South Carolina, they would typically change the venue to a county that has similar demographics to Beaufort County. So they wouldn't move it to, let's say, Richland County, because that is a more urban area than Colleton and Beaufort County. They would try to stick to a county that is similar in demographic makeup. It is hard to know which horrific Murdaugh atrocity we are addressing on any given day. It absolutely is. And there's so many balls, in the air relating to motions. So many charges pending. I have not seen Phil Barber today. Good point. Phil Barber is a member of Alex Murdaugh's defense team. Very, very smart attorney, Oxford educated. I can always tell which motions Phil Barber has taken the lead on. So as of now, Judge Newman is still presiding over the financial crimes trial. He recused himself from hearing any matters relating to the murder trial and the jury tampering allegations that Murdaugh's defense has lodged against Clerk of Court Becky Hill. So he has recused himself from that. So at this point, we are waiting for the Supreme Court to assign a new judge to oversee that stuff. And at that point, that judge will determine whether or not an evidentiary hearing is required relating to the jury tampering allegations. Will is somewhere in the courtroom. I have not heard from him. I know he texted Dylan a bit ago. I tell you what, if Cousin Eddie goes to trial, that is the trial. I told Will I'm covering the Cousin Eddie trial. I have so many questions about that. Yeah, when Mary said she kind of Mary says, I kind of believe Cousin Eddie when he swears that he didn't shoot Alex. Like he said, he wouldn't have missed. I 100% when he said that is like, yeah, no, that's a good point. He said, if I had shot him, I wouldn't have missed. Brittany, if all of this is them working out a plea deal, why would that have happened in chambers? It's usually just the state and the defense trying to work something out, not in front of the judge. The presumption, Pegas, I believe, had commented, or maybe it was Mandy Powers, I can't remember, earlier that they would not have hammered out a plea deal in judges' chambers. So who knows what happens? Hopefully we'll get a clue sometime soon. Just waiting. Anytime, Brittany. So the state did file their response to the defense's motion for a new trial. They don't believe that the defense, not surprising, don't believe the defense has presented enough evidence to warrant a new trial. And they wanted to have questioning in an evidentiary hearing limited to a set of questions, very specific set of questions if there was an evidentiary hearing. So right now we are waiting, since Judge Newman recused himself from all matters relating to that. We are awaiting for the Supreme Court to assign a new judge to determine if there is going to be an evidentiary hearing. Judge Newman is absolutely a class act. I was not surprised when he did recuse himself from that, and respected that decision quite a bit. I don't think, personally, my opinion, I don't think that he needs to recuse himself from all of the financial trial stuff, and the Supreme Court agreed with that. I think he can be fair and unbalanced in adjudicating that. But when it came to the jury tampering allegations, if it was to go to an evidentiary hearing, he was present for a lot of that, and there is a good chance that he would have to testify to what he heard or saw. I don't, somebody just asked, what are we waiting for? I'm not sure what they are working on there. Poor Johnny James from the AG's office is running around filling out papers, typing away. I have no clue what he's doing, though. Hey, Angela, how are you? Yeah, Dylan spent, somebody said they would love to see it held in Lexington County. Dylan said he loves Lexington County Courthouse, very nice and professional staff. He spent a good couple of weeks in Lexington County covering the Greg Leon trial, I believe. Wasn't that Lexington? That was, Greg Leon was a local restaurateur who owned, a chain of Mexican restaurants, who had been indicted for killing the lover of his wife, Rachel. And Dylan spent a good couple weeks there covering that trial. Brittany says, Eric Bland representing some jurors in this matter does not sit well with me. I feel that's definitely a conflict. I don't know what to think about that. I guess I haven't formed any opinions on that. Interesting perspective, though. I do wish, I feel like every time something comes up with the Murdaughs, it's the same 5 attorneys on, rinse and repeat. I'd love to see some new names in here. All right, some good trials that I have been following lately. If you missed the Charlie Adelson trial in Florida, fabulous, like crazy. The Rose Petal, which we have been covering heavily, if you go to the FITSNews site, there is a ton of coverage on that. And then we did Fitz Files. That was the first story that we covered on our new podcast, Fitz Files. And it is wild. It's from out of Greenville, South Carolina. And that's a good one. So if you go to any podcast, your favorite podcast channel, and look for Fitz Files, it'll be the first 5 or 6 episodes. We also have it on our YouTube channel. If you're like me, I need visuals to keep my attention. Raging ADHD. And then Dylan covered the Greg Leon trial. I believe that was in June. We have all those articles on our site as well. Cameras were not allowed by the judge in the courtroom for that. So Dylan had to go in old school and cover it. Oh yeah, the eye drops trial is interesting. Another trial criminal trial I've been watching, well, not even trial yet, but it's the Delphi murders in Indiana. Bob Mata, Defense Diaries, has been covering that insanity very heavily and very well. I lived in Indiana when those murders occurred. It was very sad, and I've been following that for a long time, hoping for their families that justice is received. Okay, regarding Eric Bland, Dylan says, I don't think there's anything wrong with attorneys who have an opinion representing clients who agree with their attorneys' opinions. Okay. Attorneys are fundamentally advocates and need not be impartial. Yeah, Judge Newman, Casey says, in her opinion, Judge Newman is an awesome judge. He has and continues to conduct himself in a very considerate and compassionate manner. Casey, I agree 100%. He was absolutely the best choice for a judge in that murder trial. He is just, is one of those judges who is, he knows the law well. His decisions are very, very thoughtful. His demeanor is very even and compassionate. It was really an honor to watch him preside over that trial. I have a lot of respect for him. Yeah, the Delphi murders, it's right. They were right in Delphi. If you Google Delphi murders, you will get a lot of information. Okay, so for anybody who is just joining us and behind on Murdaugh, so right now we are waiting for a hearing to be held in Beaufort County, and this hearing is relating to the charges filed against Alex Murdaugh for financial crimes in the alleged theft of the Gloria Satterfield settlement. So this hearing is in Beaufort County, and Judge Newman is presiding over it. And the primary discussion appears, it was supposed to be a change of venue motion that the defense team filed. So the trial was scheduled to start November 27th, and they sent out jury questionnaires to a potential pool of jurors. And the questionnaires came back. Everybody, obviously, except for a handful, had heard of Alex Murdaugh, and everybody, a lot of them, appeared to have an opinion regarding his guilt or innocence. So the defense said they did not believe they could get a fair and impartial jury in Beaufort County and wanted to change the venue. But prior to the hearing beginning, we had heard from sources that there was a potential settlement negotiations going on relating to all of Alex Murdaugh's financial crimes, of which he had already pled guilty to in federal court. So kind of makes sense. As for the murder convictions, right now, just make sure everybody knows where that stands. Yesterday, Judge Clifton Newman recused himself from presiding over any hearings relating to the murder trial, including the um, jury tampering allegations and request for a new trial filed by Alex Murdaugh's attorney. So that means that the Supreme Court, who appointed Judge Newman to adjudicate those, oversee those cases, will need to appoint a new judge. And we are waiting for that to happen. Mandy Powers Norrell says, I imagine every time Johnny James does a draft of the latest agreement, they're noting something else they want to make sure gets in there. It's essentially the sentencing sheet is correct and complete. So this hearing is being held in Beaufort County, not Colleton County. So everybody who is looking for clerk of court, Becky Hill, she is the clerk of court in Colleton County, not Beaufort. So we will not see her. Says, glad I don't work in a courthouse. It's boring. Yes. No lies detected. And looks like, I don't know if this is normal, but it looks like a lot of hurry up and wait. I have no predictions on the plea at all. Dylan, we're seeing how the sausage gets made. It gets made with a lot of boring. So our founding editor, Will Folks, is in the courtroom. I hope he packed a snack. He does not do well when he doesn't eat. So yesterday we had heard from our sources that the state and the defense had been working on negotiating a plea deal for all of Alex Murdaugh's financial crimes that he was indicted for. So I do wonder if that is, what they're working on there, is if there's why they're going back and forth with paperwork, if that's part of the plea deal. Oh, Sue, thank you. She says, y'all are the only subscription I pay for. You do a great job for South Carolina. Okay, hang on. I'm going to find my phone. Dylan's going to mute me. Yes. I am good. How are you? All right. So founding on what is going on in the courtroom, because he is down there in person.
Right. So obviously, if you've been watching what's happening on your television screen, not a lot has been happening. You've seen Judge Newman gavel things to order and then immediately recess to discuss various matters. Well, those matters, as we've been able to report if you're following the FITSNews Twitter feed, are a plea agreement. A plea agreement has been reached between Alec Murdaugh and the state. We are told that the agreement will encompass all of the remaining charges against Murdaugh, which would therefore be a universal plea agreement. Now, obviously, they've agreed in principle, but the lengthy delay that we are dealing with now involves getting the agreement printed up and having all of the attorneys on both Murdaugh's side as well as the prosecution review it point by point, page by page, just to make sure that everything is in keeping with the verbal deal that was reached earlier today. Now, if you follow FITSNews, obviously you know that we've reported on these plea negotiations previously. And in fact, I think it was just yesterday we talked about how they were heating up, and clearly they've been in process for some time. But today, finally, both sides broke through, and a deal was indeed reached. And as I just mentioned, we're told it's for all of the remaining charges, which will be 101 financial and drug charges currently pending against Alec Murdaugh. So that's what I've got, Jen.
All right. Well, thanks for the update. Are they still going to proceed with the motion for new trial on the murder charges?
Right. Nothing today impacts the murder case in any way, shape, or form. This is all related to the financial crime allegations, and it's all related to the drug charges. So nothing that we're discussing today will have any bearing on either the evidentiary hearing in the motion for a new trial, on the double homicide convictions, or Murdaugh's broader appeal of those convictions. So all of that is moving down one track, while this plea deal is advancing the financial crimes on the separate track.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for updating us. That definitely explains why poor Johnny James looks like he is getting a full workout in today.
Yeah, a lot of lawyers taking a lot of steps in the courtroom today, going back and forth as they print up these plea documents and review them. Jim Griffin appears to be doing the lion's share of work for the defense, reviewing the document page by page, again, point by point, while Creighton Waters, ever meticulous, is cross-referencing the agreement for the prosecution. But yeah, a lot of back and forth between the attorneys today. Obviously, that much of it was behind closed doors, where this agreement was apparently reached prior to Newman convening the hearing. But honestly, if you look at this deal, Jen, it really does serve everyone's interests as far as getting to a plea, because obviously we talked on FITSNews about how just the jury selection process for this case could take weeks, and they may not even get a jury, because again, the coverage of Murdaugh has been so explosive and so sensational in the aftermath of the double homicide trial that, if you thought it was hard to get a jury before, again, it's almost impossible to get one now. And then, of course, all the complications with Judge Newman. Should he hear this case, given comments that he made during Murdaugh's sentencing, and obviously in that interview with the Today Show after the trial. So this would resolve all of those questions. We wouldn't have to go through that jury process, and Judge Newman would not have to face that difficult decision of whether to sit and preside over this trial.
Fantastic. Well, we all really appreciate the update from inside the courtroom. Hopefully they get everything straightened out and get y'all on your way, because I'm sure you're getting hungry.
Yeah, actually, one of the attorneys just came over and indicated that everyone in the courtroom was getting a little hangry. But thank you guys for a great job on the live feed, and just text me if you want to hear any more updates. I'll be glad to come out and give them to you.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jen.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right, well, you heard from our founding editor, Will Folks, who is in the courtroom. Looks like we do have a plea agreement in the 101 charges that Alex Murdaugh is facing relating to the financial crimes. So if this does happen, which it looks like it is happening, the trial that is scheduled to happen on beginning November 27th will not happen. It will save a lot of resources and a lot of money. So that is, I think, good news. I think it's good news for his victims. It's good news for those following this. So that is why we are seeing everybody running back and forth in the courtroom. So I believe Mandy Powers-Norell on here said that that's what they're doing, is they appear to be, going through this plea agreement line by line. They're the 101 charges. That is a lot of charges. And, a lot of stipulations go into plea negotiations. So, the defense is going through it and making sure everything that they've stipulated to is in there. And the prosecution's going to do the same thing. So that is likely why we are seeing so much activity there. They're going through that and making sure everything looks right. Judge Newman is scheduled to just retire in December, I believe. In South Carolina, even after you have retired as a judge, you can still be appointed by the Supreme Court to preside over cases. So they call that retired active, or active retired, I think. Yes, Rachel, makes sense. As long as he remains in state prison for life, all is good. Yeah, I think he is, personal opinion, I think he is where he belongs. Yes, so after they get this plea agreement through, we'll know some more about the sentencing process. Bye, GA Mom. She's got to go. Callie, my favorite coworker, besides Dylan, because I love Dylan the mostest, asked, since the financial crimes will not be going to trial, will that make it more difficult to find out where the money went? Yes, it sure will. That was one of the things everybody's saying, how boring a crime or a trial would be on financial crimes. And I was looking forward to it because I wanted to see the discovery. I wanted to see, what they had found in terms of, where the money Alex Murdaugh stole went. So, yeah. I'm also very curious to know about the terms of the plea agreement. So my and I think so. Alex is not in the courtroom right now. My assumption is that he is in the holding cell in Beaufort County Courthouse. So as Will Folks just told us, he's in the courtroom in Beaufort County. It appears a plea agreement has been reached between the defense and the prosecution for Alex Murdaugh's 101 remaining charges for financial crimes. So we are watching right now. What we are seeing on the stream is the attorneys, all going through this plea agreement and making sure the terms that they've agreed to are all in there. And it's 101 charges, so there are a lot of charges. There are a lot of I'm sure this was heavily negotiated. And you can see Dick and Jim Griffin are there at the table going through this page by page. I don't believe that they can seal a plea agreement. Somebody asked, will we know the results? So I don't believe they can. If there's a lawyer on here who knows differently, let me know. I can't even imagine where all that money went. Not kidding. I've looked so hard, and I sometimes wake up from dreams where I figured out where the money went. Oh, Amy, I hope you continue to follow us after all this Murdaugh insanity's over. I'm sure. I mean, it's South Carolina, so even if the Murdaugh stuff ever ends, we will have so much more coverage on so many more crazy things. Maureen, I want to know where he hid all the money too. I cannot get there with him spending it all on drugs. There's just no possible way. Gambling is something that we have looked at very heavily. Did he bury it? Did he gamble it away? Did he use it all on drugs? So I just don't know the answer. Yeah, the Rose Petal trial is going to be wild. Oh, Alicia says she's watching from South Alabama and is an avid watcher. Thank you. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, hit that subscribe button. And we're going to try and keep doing some of this stuff live as much as we can. And Dylan Nolan, our director of special projects, and Andy Fancher have been putting up some great new content on YouTube. So if you hit that subscribe button, you'll get notification when new things go in there, or when we go live. Yeah, we work really hard on that stuff, Dylan especially. So if you're just joining and want to be caught up, we have received reports from our founding editor, Will Folks, who is in the courtroom in Beaufort County, that the state and the defense have reached a plea deal on Alex Murdaugh's remaining 101 financial crimes.
So they are right now apparently going through all of the plea agreement. So you'll see Dick and Jim right there going through all of those pages to make sure everything that they have put in is there. So that is what we're seeing. And then, you know, the prosecution does the same thing. Like I'm sure there were a lot of things that went into this. Tammy, what's going on? All I've seen is Alex's attorney clowns walk around. Yeah, they are getting their steps in, making sure that the plea agreement that we've heard is in place. The terms of it are all in there. Some of the questions we've gotten a number of times is Becky Hill there. Becky Hill is the clerk of court in Colleton County, who the defense team has said allegedly tampered with the jury in the murder trial. She is not there because this hearing is being held in Beaufort County. The other question that we keep getting is Alex's grandfather, Randolph Murdaugh III's portrait still hanging in the courtroom? He was the solicitor over the 14th Circuit for many years, decades. And so it was hanging on the wall in the Colleton County Courthouse. And Judge Newman had it removed prior to the start of the murder trial. And after the trial, it was put back up, but it is, as far as I know, not hanging in Beaufort County where this hearing is. So while it is on the wall in Colleton County, it is not in Beaufort County. Oh. Oh, everybody's standing up. Is something happening? Oh no, are they going back into chambers? Have a good walk with your dogs, Maureen. My dogs are in the next room. We have already seen Alex brought into this courtroom one time. Then he was brought back out when Judge Newman said that they were going to go in chambers. So he is in the courthouse. My assumption is that he is in the holding cell in the Beaufort County Courthouse, awaiting for the hearing to start. Somebody just asked if Alex's mom is still alive. Yes, Libby Murdaugh is still alive. She is suffering from advanced Alzheimer's. Thank you, Mandy Powers Norrell, to answer a question definitively by an actual attorney. The plea agreement will be public. They cannot seal a plea agreement. Yes, thank you, Maureen. Smash that like button. If you haven't subscribed to the FITSNews YouTube channel, please go ahead and subscribe to that. We are constantly putting new content up. Our director of special projects, Dylan Nolan, is the lead on the video content, and he does such a great job. He's amazing. Ah, Jay Jones, big fan. Hi, Jay Jones. Oh, Dana says her mama just died from Alzheimer's. That is so sad. I'm so sorry. We had heard reports that Alex's mom, Miss Libby, was on her deathbed, but apparently those reports were not true because she is still with us. She has caregivers that come in to help with her. I do not know if she has the same caregivers. It's a good question. So Miss Libby, who is Alex's mom, the little Murdaugh family history, she was actually a school teacher in Hampton County. And, if you lived in Hampton County, you likely had Miss Libby as a teacher. One of my good friends who is a Hampton native and did have Miss Libby as a teacher said she was, one of those teachers who was very strict, but loving and taught you a lot. Oh, thanks, y'all. Yeah, so in relation to the motion for a new trial that was filed by Alex Murdaugh's defense team, they are alleging the clerk of court tampered with the jury. So where we stand with that is they filed the motion for a new trial in the circuit court. The state has filed a response. Judge Newman has recused himself from hearing all matters related to the murder trial. So, all matters relating to the motion for new trial, the alleged jury tampering. So, we are awaiting the Supreme Court to assign a new judge to oversee that. At this point, we don't know if there will be an evidentiary hearing. I do think it is very possible that a judge will deem an evidentiary hearing necessary. Whether or not, I think the defense team has enough to warrant a new trial, that is going to be up to a judge. And I would definitely need to see all of the evidence before I made any predictions on that. There's a lot of what ifs when it comes to that situation. The camera's getting us some interesting shots here. Apparently, I'm getting an Amazon delivery. You can hear my dogs barking. Yes, Judge Newman did voluntarily recuse himself from the anything relating to the jury tampering allegations in the murder trial, potential for a new trial. Somebody just asked, have we heard anything about what Alex's life is behind bars is like? Does he run the jail or does he get out? So we did do a couple of stories in FOIAs for Alex's, jail calls, communications he was having while in jail. The communications have been very one-sided. He receives a lot of fan mail, surprisingly, a lot of very, very weird fan mail. So we have done some stories on that. In terms of what his life is like behind bars, I don't know a lot. His communications were suspended as a disciplinary action after the the Fox News documentary was released because they had recorded him reading letters, and you're not supposed to do that from prison in South Carolina. So we haven't heard a lot, but I am going to do a new FOIA actually this week and see, if we can get some more information about what his life is like behind bars. Ooh, the Silver Dollar Road documentary. I have not seen that one yet. I'm going to have to check that out. Yes, Alex gets fan mail. Oh my goodness. I'm going to have to post. Hang on. I'm going to post in the comments here some of our stories on his fan mail. It's wild. Hold tight. This is some good stuff. I mean, it's crazy. All right, here is one of our prison articles. Let's see if I can So, and when people are in prison in South Carolina, you can FOIA for their prison communications, and they do have a tablet that is issued to them by the prison. These tablets, they are very limited into what they can access, and they are managed by a outside company. We have not seen Buster in the courtroom yet. With his red hair, he is very hard to miss. We have not seen him in the courtroom. So anyway, we did FOIA for those communications, and oh boy, what we got back was crazy. He gets a lot of messages on his tablet from female admirers, very ardent female admirers, very persistent female admirers. So we did publish those FOIAs in their entirety. We have not seen him respond to any of that. So he is not, it's a one-way communication. He receives them, but does not respond to them as of yet. I am not sure why anyone would want to talk to a murderer either, but it is common, and more common than people think. Yeah, very, very, yes, very blunt female admirers. Crimes have consequences, pointed out. Just absolutely some of the most bizarre letters I've ever read. If Alex will marry in prison like Bundy did, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's a good question. I hope not. Hi, Keith. Greetings from Wales. Love the show. Thank you. Let me hang on. I'll pull up some of these letters, since we're waiting and read through them. So let's see. Hang on. So he received messages from a woman named Nicolette. They always, redact last names. So some of these letters, this was like March 12th, so just like days after he was convicted. She sent him a message that said, "I think I love you. I think about you all day, every day. I swear on my life and on my soul, I'll never say a single word to anyone, important or not important. I genuinely care for you." And like I said, he never responds to them, but they don't give up. It is absolutely wild. A lot of these people are convinced he is not guilty. Destiny H told him that she believed he was innocent. You didn't kill your family, someone else did, and you don't want to tell it. I give you all the love for not snitching, but then again, sometimes you got to do what you got to do for your freedom. I mean, it is like pages and pages of it. And so bizarre. So bizarre. Yeah, the whole FOIA is in the articles. So And then not long after we published the article, a Twitter account popped up, and it was just the name of the account was Nicolette Murdaugh. I think it was a fake account, but who knows? It was fun. It was just wild. Yeah, if there were, I mean, like I said, these are all like these huge, huge Fs. If there were a new trial and Dr. Kinsey wasn't a part of it, I'd be so sad. Dylan says you must have a screw loose to send the jail mail. Just a lot of screws loose. Judge Newman is the judge today, and we did see him briefly before he called for a recess so that the attorneys could meet in chambers. So he is still presiding over the financial crimes trials. So like Will reported earlier when he called in, sounds like the defense and the prosecution have reached a plea deal relating to Alex Murdaugh's 101 remaining financial crimes charges. So we are, I mean, looks like, what we're watching here, while boring, is them, getting that plea deal all drafted up and making sure they're going through it point by point to make sure the defense, everything they've agreed to is in this plea deal, and the prosecution is going to do the same thing. Bye, Myra. Have a good day. Judge Newman is retiring in December, but even though he is retired, he still can be appointed by the Supreme Court to preside over cases. That is called active retired in South Carolina for judges, which I expect he will do. It's very common. Yeah, it sounds like the plea deal that was reached is one big old plea deal. So that will save the state quite a bit of money, save resources for other criminal trials to make their way through the system, which is already overloaded. Poor Jib Griffin filling that banker's box back up. Yeah, those the prison fan mail was somebody just said they just read a few of them and they were wild. Will says they are almost done reviewing everything, so we should hear more about that. Somebody just asked if Buster had gotten back into law school after Alex paid for it. As far as we know, Buster is not in law school. He lives down in Hilton Head with his girlfriend, Brooklyn. Last I heard, he was working for like Buffalo Wild Wings or Wild Wings in HR. His girlfriend is a lawyer. I always thought when I listened to those jail tapes about Buster going back to school that he didn't seem like he wanted to go back to law school. So hopefully he's doing what makes him happy, because I think he has been through quite a bit. Hang on, I will post a link to the prison fan mail again for y'all because it's just the craziest story. Yeah, I'm hoping after we waited all this time that we get some sense of what they've come to an agreement on. Yes, Buster did live in Rock Hill at one point. Yes. Yeah, he could be in Bluffton. I can't. He bought a house. I don't want to say. I don't want to give away any of his exact locations, but he's down in Beaufort County area. That is a really good question. Somebody just asked if the financial crimes include the roadside charges. I'm not sure about that. I can text Will and ask him. I'll let you know what he says. It's a really good question. Yes, somebody wondered where Buster got all of the money. The Murdaugh family is quite wealthy, outside of Alex, even. And I know that he did get some sort of financial award from his mom, Maggie Murdaugh's estate. I asked Will if the plea agreement included the roadside shooting. He said it is a universal agreement. I am told it encompasses all of the remaining state charges, but obviously nothing is official until it is announced from the bench. We have very solid reports that there is a plea agreement until the judge announces it from the bench. Judge Newman is one presiding over this. Nothing is final. So yeah, it includes all of the remaining charges, criminal charges against Alex Murdaugh. Somebody asked again if Becky is in court. Becky Hill is the clerk of court in Carleton County, where the murder trial for the charges was held in beginning in January and ended in March. This hearing is being held in Beaufort County, so Becky Hill is not there. It was not expected to be there. Right now, Stephen Smith's case, we had heard there had been some primary suspects named in the case, and then the grand jury was meeting, but as far as we know, we have not seen any charges come out of the grand jury. And the lawyers all just went back into chambers, it looks like. Somebody asked if the suspects in the Stephen Smith homicide included Brother John? No, they do not. I'll post a link to that latest story about the suspects. I'm really hoping that they do make progress in the Stephen Smith case, because I know his family must be exhausted and ready for justice. I have not seen any of Alex's family, including his sister, in the courtroom today. Hi, Claude Craig. For anybody who just jumped on, right now, we are watching, well, basically nothing happened in a Beaufort County courtroom. And what was happening today was there was a hearing scheduled in preparation for a trial scheduled November 27th for Alex Murdaugh. He was facing charges relating to the theft of Gloria Satterfield's settlement money that was supposed to go to her two sons. So we were here watching and waiting for a change of venue motion to be heard in front of Judge Clifton Newman, who is still presiding over all of these charges. Yesterday, we had received word that there was likely going to be a plea agreement. That plea agreement had been they're working towards a plea agreement between the state and the defense. And then our founding editor, Will Folks, gave us a call from the courtroom where he is today and let us know that sources in the courtroom are telling him a plea agreement has been reached. And that plea agreement is encompassing all of Alex Murdaugh's remaining state charges. It is a universal agreement. He, said obviously nothing is official until it is announced from the bench by Judge Newman. So we are right now just awaiting. They were kind of hammering out the plea agreement, making sure that what was in writing matched what they agreed to in the negotiations. Alex Murdaugh was in the courtroom briefly before Judge Newman went to recess. Well, everybody went back into chambers. So my assumption is that when they went back into chambers to discuss the plea negotiation, Alex Murdaugh was brought back down to the holding cell in the Beaufort County Courthouse. So some of the questions we have received while we are watching, this is in Beaufort County. So the murder trial was held in Colleton County. We will not see Becky Hill today because she is a clerk of court in Colleton County and not in Beaufort County. We've had a lot of questions regarding whether or not Alex Murdaugh's grandfather's portrait is hanging in the courtroom. The portrait of his father was in the courthouse in Colleton County, and that was removed prior to the start of his murder trial at order of Judge Clifton Newman. And after the trial concluded, they did put that picture back on the wall. But we are in Beaufort County, and I don't believe that there is a Murdaugh portrait on the wall. So now that a potential plea agreement has been reached, we're just waiting for the judge to gavel court into session and hear more details, hopefully. Earlier, we had heard that somebody had asked if the plea agreement would be public or if it'd be sealed. Plea agreements are not sealed. They will be made public. So we will know what is in this plea agreement. Dylan Nolan said, buckle up, buttercups. Yeah, Jill, you should go for your walk. If anything else, it'll be if it, when you I went on a field trip yesterday with my son, and of course yesterday when I went on the field trip is when all the Murdaugh breaking news happened. So maybe if you go for a walk, it's it'll make things happen.
Court is back in session.
Ed, remember the dinosaurs went for a walk just before the asteroid.
Thank you. You may be seated.
A little Dick Harpootlian
Mr. Waters?
background flashback.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Afternoon.
We're obviously here in the state grand jury case against Richard Alec Murdaugh. He is present and represented by his counsel, Dick Harpootlian and Jim Griffin. As Your Honor is aware, we currently have trials scheduled to begin a week from Monday on at least one aspect of the multiple financial crimes that have been investigated and indicted by the state grand jury against Mr. Murdaugh for his abuse of his law license to steal money from clients. It is my understanding that Mr. Murdaugh here today intends to plead guilty pursuant to a plea agreement, which I will detail here in a moment, and that this will ultimately, if this proceeding goes through, will resolve those financial crimes that are alleged against Mr. Murdaugh. Your Honor, pursuant to that plea agreement, I believe you have a copy up at the bench. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Pursuant to that plea agreement, Your Honor, and I'll detail the plea agreement and the various provisions of it as we do this particular.
Is all that correct thus far, Mr. Harpootlian?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, it is.
All right. Go ahead, please.
And Your Honor, I would ask if the defendant could be sworn as we begin this proceeding, and obviously I think because it'd be fairly lengthy, I would request that they be allowed to sit during the state's presentation.
All right, Mr. Murdaugh, if you'll stand and be sworn.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have, in fact, signed a plea agreement here with the defense here today. It has been executed by me for the state, as well as Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Murdaugh himself. And you should have a number of sentencing sheets that are part of this plea. What we've endeavored to do with this plea is to bring some finality to this matter, but to also ensure that there's an appropriate sentence, a lengthy sentence that ensures that Mr. Murdaugh will remain in state prison for a very long time. Your Honor, there are a lot of charges, and so I'm going to first of all go through and detail the charges from the various indictments to which he will be pleading. And again, to put this plea together, we ensured that there was at least one, and sometimes more than one, representative charge for each victim that was victimized by Mr. Murdaugh in the course of his legal practice. The first indictment is 2021 GS 4727, and pursuant to this plea agreement, Mr. Murdaugh will be pleading to count 2, which is money laundering, value $100,000 or more, and that will be a negotiated sentence of 20 years. The second count to which he will be pleading is in 2021 GS 4728. This indictment was venued in Bamberg County and dealt with the crimes committed, first of all, in the diversion of the fees in the case that he shared with Chris Wilson from the firm, as well as ultimately not paying back, ultimately convincing Chris Wilson to cover $192,000 of those fees. Your Honor, he will be pleading in this for that indictment, count 1, for false pretenses, $10,000 or more, for a sentence of 10 years, as well as count 7, which is false pretenses, $10,000 or more, for another 10 years. The third indictment is 2021 GS 4729. This is the crime that is venued in Allendale County. The victim in this case was Dion Martin, and Mr. Murdaugh has agreed to plead guilty to count 1, breach of trust with fraudulent intent, $10,000 or more, for a negotiated sentence of 10 years. The next one is 2021 GS 4730. This is venued here in Beaufort County, and this is the indictment that the state was prepared to try a week from Monday. This is the case involving the Satterfield matter, and he has agreed to plea to count 4, which is 2021 GS 4730 count 4 for 10 years. 2021 GS 4730 count 5 for 20 years, and 2021 GS 4730 count 8 for 20 years. Those latter two were money laundering. Those are 20-year offenses that are at 85% time that must be served. Your Honor, the next indictment to which you'll be pleading is 2021 GS 4731. This is where the victim was Manuel Santos Cristiani, and he will be pleading to breach of trust in count 1, and the negotiated sentence is 10 years. The next indictment, 2021 GS 4732, this is venued in Hampton County, and the victim was Randy Drawdy, and in that particular matter, he will be pleading to breach of trust, $2,000 to $10,000, and the negotiated sentence is 5 years. The next indictment is 2021 GS 4733, and this matter involved the estate of Blondell Gary and venued in Hampton County. In that particular case, he will be pleading guilty to count 2 for money laundering, value $100,000 or more. The negotiated sentence will be 20 years. The next indictment is 2021 GS 4734. This is venued in Hampton County, and the victim was Chris Anderson, and he will be pleading to count 2, which is money laundering $100,000 or more with a negotiated sentence of 20 years. The next one is 2021 GS 4735. This is venued in Beaufort County, and the victim is Jordan Jinks. He will be pleading to forgery, 2021 GS 4735 count 5 for a negotiated sentence of 10 years. The next one is 2021 GS 4736. This is venued in Hampton County. The victim is Johnny Bush, and he will be pleading to count 2, which is computer crime, value more than $10,000 for a negotiated sentence of 5 years. The next one is 2021 GS 4737. He will be pleading to count 1 in that one. That is venued in Hampton County, and the victim was Jamian Risher, and he will be pleading to a negotiated sentence of 10 years. The next one is 2021 GS 4738. This is venued in Colleton County, and the victim was the estate of Sandra Taylor. He will be pleading in that matter to 2021 GS 4738 count 2 for money laundering. That's an 85% offense, and he will be pleading to a 7-year sentence on that particular crime that will be consecutive to count 5 of 2021 GS 30. The next one is 2022 GS 4701. This is venued in Hampton County. The victim was Natasha Thomas, and he will be pleading to breach of trust in count 1 to a negotiated sentence of 10 years. The next one is 2022 GS 4702. In this instance, the victim was Hakeem Pinkney, and the heirs of Hakeem Pinkney. That is venued in Hampton County. He will be pleading to count 1, breach of trust, for a negotiated sentence of 10 years. The next one is 2022 GS 4703. This is venued in Allendale County, and the victim was Arthur Badger. He will be pleading to count 1, breach of trust, for a negotiated sentence of 10 years. Additionally, 2022 GS 4710. This is venued in Colleton County. This actually had a criminal conspiracy and a drug offense in it. He will be pleading to the criminal conspiracy in that particular matter for a negotiated sentence of 5 years. The next one is 2022 GS 4723. This is venued in Hampton County, and the victim is Randy Murdaugh and the law firm. He will be pleading to count 3, which is money laundering, value more than $100,000, and for a negotiated sentence of 20 years. Your Honor, I would add that that particular count, and only that particular count, the plea will be pursuant to Alford. Moving on to 2022 GS 4724. This is, again, the law firm being the victim, venued in Colleton County, and he will be pleading to count 3 of obtaining signature of property by false pretenses for a negotiated sentence of 10 years. Finally, we have 2022 GS 4734. This is the series of indictments that related to his tax evasion based on his more than a decade-long schemes to defraud clients, and as well as defraud the South Carolina Department of Revenue. He will be pleading to count 9 of that particular indictment, and that will be willful attempt to evade a tax, and the negotiated sentence will be 5 years. Your Honor, obviously we are here today to resolve indictments that span the region and that span a number of counties. And this, of course, has materialized here today as we showed up for pretrial proceedings. And so obviously the proposal that we have for Your Honor is to take these pleas today with these negotiated sentences that result in a net lead sentence of 27 years at 85% time. We do request that we defer sentencing to a later time so that all the various victims can be notified. We have been in the process of notifying them, but obviously want that proceeding to take place at a time where they can be present and speak to the court if they wish to. So we do have that request to Your Honor. Additionally, as we look at this particular plea agreement, because we have crimes to which he is pleading in various counties, we would request that there be a colloquy with the defendant to waive venue for those counties other than Beaufort to resolve those matters here today with this plea. In looking through the various provisions in the plea agreement, and we've gone over them in great detail with counsel, and I believe counsel has gone over them with his client. It sets forth the various pleas and the various counts to which he will be pleading that I just detailed, as well as the negotiated sentences. It also, though, has in this particular plea agreement that Mr. Murdaugh will waive any appeals that he may have and any post-conviction relief appeal that he may have as it relates to the financial matters that we are addressing here today, thus bringing finality to this sentence and to this chapter in the history of the South Carolina judicial system. Of course, though, we would request a colloquy with him about those particular waivers as well. In the event that Mr. Murdaugh accepts these pleas and accepts this negotiated sentence of 27 years in state prison, then obviously the state will null pros the various remaining counts following consummation of the plea. Additionally, it's important to point out that this plea today does nothing to address any county charges. This is only here to address the state grand jury charges that have been indicted. It has no effect, obviously, on the murder convictions and the litigation that surrounds the murder convictions. This, again, is only here to resolve those financial matters, and that is the point of this particular proceeding, to take care of that. I think those are perhaps the major provisions that we need to address that are in the plea agreement. Again, the main things that I think need to be addressed, of course, is from the plea agreement is Mr. Murdaugh's assent to the resolution, assent to the negotiated sentence. The other provision in there is restitution. In this particular document, Mr. Murdaugh admits that he owes restitution, but the exact amounts and that order will be deferred for when we have the sentencing proceeding here in the future. Finally, I think, Your Honor, we obviously need to address these issues with Mr. Murdaugh, and then at that time the state will go through the factual basis. It's obviously very extensive. We're talking about a multi-year course of conduct, and it is very detailed. I think our plan here for today, if this is all right with Your Honor, is for me to do a quicker version, which is still going to be fairly extensive, to get through the factual basis of this plea, and then at the sentencing proceeding, I would ask for leave of court again to go into more detail about exactly how Mr. Murdaugh committed these schemes, how he used his law license to abuse the judicial system. We think there's a valid, very important valid state interest in exposing those facts and exposing this long-time course of conduct, this abuse of power and influence for the public and for the judicial system itself. With that, Your Honor, I would yield to Your Honor to have the colloquy with Mr. Murdaugh, and then I'll be happy to address the factual basis after that.
Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, Mr. Murdaugh agrees with the state's rendition concerning the plea agreement. He has executed that plea agreement. We would also withdraw our motion for recusal so we can proceed with you being the judge on this matter. I think that's all I would say prior to you having the colloquy with Mr. Murdaugh. Jim?
Mr. Griffin, any comment at this point?
No, Your Honor, I have nothing further to add.
Mr. Murdaugh, you've heard what Mr. Waters has stated. Do you agree with the statements he has made?
Yes, sir.
And do you wish to withdraw your formally entered plea of not guilty and plead guilty to each and every one of these charges?
I do.
You, your lawyer, and the prosecutor have negotiated a sentence in this matter that's been recited by Mr. Waters. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And where there's a negotiated sentence, either I will accept the plea, guilty plea, and give you the exact sentence that you, your lawyer, and the prosecutor have negotiated, or I will not accept your guilty plea. Do you understand that?
I do, yes, sir.
And would you like for me to accept the guilty plea and impose the negotiated sentence?
Yes, sir, I would.
And because these cases, various counts are venued in various counties, Orangeburg County, Hampton County, Colleton County, Bamberg County, Allendale County, I think that in addition to Beaufort, do you wish to waive venue from those counties to have the case heard here in Beaufort?
I do.
Is there any question in your mind as to whether or not you wish to proceed with this guilty plea?
No, sir, there's no question in my mind.
Do you believe you've had enough time to think about it?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are
Had a
you
long
set?
time to think about it.
I can imagine. Do you believe that you've had effective representation by Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin?
Absolutely.
Now, this plea agreement includes a provision providing for a waiver of appeal and waiver of filing any post-conviction relief, as well as ordering restitution. You have reviewed those provisions and are fully informed and agree with those provisions.
I am, yes, sir.
Under the Victim's Bill of Rights, the court must ensure that the Victim's Bill of Rights have been complied with. The state is well aware of that, as well as your lawyers. And the victims have the right to be heard prior to the official imposition of any sentence or the official acceptance of a guilty plea. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
And so it's the intent of the court, assuming a factual basis is established by Mr. Waters or Mr. James, that the court will accept this guilty plea contingent upon the Victim's Bill of Rights being satisfied. Therefore, any sentencing will take place at a subsequent hearing, which will be on November 28th at 10 o'clock. Do you understand that?
It'll be when, sir?
November 28th.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, Tuesday.
I understood it wouldn't be today. Yes, sir. I understand that.
All right. And understanding all that has been stated up to this point, how do you plead?
I plead guilty, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You can be seated, and we'll hear from Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, I plan to be somewhat brief today. It is a lot to get through and will be more detailed as to the specific mechanisms in which these schemes were conducted at the proceeding on November 28th. But we all know, Your Honor knows, of course, having done the trial, the murder trial that we did back in January and February and March, about Mr. Murdaugh and his family legacy, his family power, his family influence, and the influence that he exercised as a respected and powerful plaintiff's lawyer throughout the state, but particularly here in the 14th Circuit. And Your Honor is of course aware that after September of 2021, it was reported, of course, the firm announced that they had uncovered that Mr. Murdaugh had allegedly been stealing funds from clients, and that led to a whirlwind state grand jury investigation that started to uncover a decade-long course of conduct of stealing from clients. And I want to, first of all, I want to give thanks to the team that I have here, many of whom you see sitting next to me, those that you saw at the murder trial who have done such Herculean work on this particular case. I have my co-counsel here, Johnny James, as well as co-counsel John Metters, and our forensic accountant, Carson Burney, who did excellent work on this case as well, but also have Ryan Kelly here from SLED, who's just one of the many SLED agents who worked so very hard on this particular case. In order to delve through this morass of documents and financial transactions to ultimately paint the picture of what happened and what Mr. Murdaugh did and what he is now here admitting in a guilty plea that he actually did. But I want to say this, that the other people that I need to thank that is so important were these victims. And I can tell you, Your Honor, that at the beginning of this case, when I first got involved in late August of 2021, and we found out about these allegations and we started to investigate these financial crimes, and I sat down with some of these initial victims and asked them to tell their story, asked them to go in front of the state grand jury and testify and tell their story. And I heard over and over again, Mr. Waters, you don't know who you're messing with. I have to live there. And there was a palpable fear among those victims, and particularly the initial ones, about coming forward. And I told them, I said, you're not going to be alone, but we're going to pursue this to its conclusion, but I can't tell your story without you. And to a man and a woman, those victims, as I sat at a conference room table and looked them in the eye and had those conversations, agreed to come forward because that was the only way that this kind of abuse of the judicial system could be exposed. It's the only way that change could happen. It is the only way that we can ensure that this courtroom and all the other state courtrooms, of which those of us judges and lawyers and law enforcement officers and staff are part of, that it doesn't happen again, that it's not abused in this fashion again. And so I want to thank them, because that really showed true courage. And as the ball started rolling, more and more victims came forward, more and more became willing to tell their story. And as I talked to all of those individuals before they testified, the one thing, the one word that came out over and over again was trust. Was trust. It's what I heard over and over again. And I think that's the heart of this case. It is the trust that comes with having that law license on the wall. It is the trust that comes with being part of a powerful family. It is trust that comes with building a powerful practice. But it is also that trust that comes with the fact of how these schemes typically worked. And the way they worked is that when Alec Murdaugh would bring those individuals in to sign the paperwork, to look at a disbursement sheet that had out all the various disbursements that were coming from these cases, in most instances, he was still handing them a really big check. And it was easy for him it was so easy for him to smooth talk and fast talk them through these disbursement statements because he's handing them that big check. And what they didn't realize was that at the same time, he was taking money from them, sizable portions of money from them, behind his back. And I think as we develop this case, that ultimately what it really boiled down to was such a sense of entitlement and lack of accountability that Mr. Murdaugh felt he was entitled to that money. And so he took it. We've detailed before how Mr. Murdaugh had some financial difficulties that started in the recession back in the late 2000s. And he had some financial difficulties, but after that he had some big cases, and his partners and those around him thought that those big cases, from which he generated large amounts of fees, sometimes 7 figures of fees, that he had gotten everything right. But he hadn't, because his insatiable desire for money meant that not only was he taking 6 and 7 figure fees, not only was he borrowing at very favorable rates from the bank, but he also was stealing from these clients on top of it. And the first one that's indicted by the state grand jury occurred in December of 2011. And that was from Natasha Thomas and Hakeem Pinckney. And those would be the crimes that are in 2022 GS 4701 and 02. And ultimately, he was able to steal from them with his first scheme. And that first scheme would be that he would have on the disbursement sheets, and those disbursement sheets are where it has the settlement and it takes out the attorney's fees and all the legitimate expenses and where all the money's going, and then the net result, the net amount that's going to the client at the bottom. It's an accounting of all how that money's being dispersed, that money that is going into his trust account that he holds in trust for those very clients. And the procedure is that you get those clients to go through that, you get them to sign it, which he didn't always even go through it with them, but the ones he did, he would put on there, in the initial scheme, he would put on disbursements to Palmetto State Bank. And these disbursements to Palmetto State Bank were easy to talk through very quickly. Staff didn't pick up on it because they looked legitimate. It was not uncommon for Palmetto State Bank to sometimes loan money or to have claims. And so it was easy for that to look legitimate. And again, everyone from the clients to the people that worked in the firm, the people that were his staff, trusted him. They were not going to question what Alec Murdaugh said to do. And so that's how the first one went down. Natasha Thomas, there were checks made out from the trust account, made out just to Palmetto State Bank. And the first one was for $325,000. That was in December of 2011. There was another one that should have gone for the benefit of Hakeem Pinckney that was made out to Palmetto State Bank, and that's $309,581.46. And once he had those checks made out to Palmetto State Bank, he would then get those checks personally, or take those checks and take them over generally to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank. And then Russell Lafitte would willingly and happily then convert those monies on a PMPED trust account check made out to Palmetto State Bank and convert those to checks, to transactions that ultimately would go to pay the personal debts of Alec Murdaugh or into his accounts, or to pay other debts that he had essentially converted for personal use. But that was not the only way that he was able to steal from them, because it's very common for law firms to withhold money from disbursement after they make that initial large disbursement to the client. They withhold money in order to satisfy any medical liens that may need to be paid out of the settlement. And it's also very common for them to then negotiate with the medical provider to pay some percentage lower than the actual lien. Well, what that does is create a very easy delta in the trust account from which Alec Murdaugh could steal. And in this particular instance, there was a money held back for a lien to Medicaid, and as soon as we figured out that's how it was working, we started to look at those delta and look at the expenditures that were there, and ultimately were able to find a check for $25,245.08 dated June 13th, 2012, that ultimately was also converted through use of making the check out to Palmetto State Bank, and then was structured for the benefit of Mr. Murdaugh with money orders and cash under $10,000. That again is December 2011. We move on, and one of the things that Mr. Murdaugh had done was have Russell Lafitte appointed as the conservator for two minors that had their relative had been killed in a wreck. And he started to have Mr. Lafitte cut loans at extremely, almost non-existent interest rates to him to keep him afloat, because what Alec also had going on was a constant velocity of money where he was constantly borrowing money and servicing debt. And to keep those debts alive, to keep those debts afloat, he had to keep that influx of money coming in, whether it came from his law firm, whether it came from stealing from clients, whether it came from new loans. And during that period of time, there was about $1 million of loans that Russell Lafitte wrote to Alec Murdaugh to cover various debts that he had, to keep debts from going bad, to keep them from going into default. And so that highlighted the need to continue to steal money from his clients. And so the next one that we had, and this would have been starting in February of 2013, but this would be where he stole $1.325 million from a case involving Arthur Badger and his deceased wife and their heirs. And this would be the crimes as it relates to 2022 GS 47-3. Ultimately, again, it was $1.325 million. And one of the things that Mr. Murdaugh did to allow him to do that was, when there are multiple plaintiffs, the defense attorneys, once they agree on a global, the civil defense attorneys, once they agree on a global settlement, often rely on the plaintiff's attorneys to allocate those monies among their various plaintiffs. And he allocated the money in such a fashion that the vast majority went to Arthur Badger, even though that really made no sense in the context of the injuries of the case. And so he still was able to give Arthur Badger a check, a six-figure check, that was a great result in what Arthur Badger was expecting, not realizing that the vast majority of that money, that $1.325 million, was ultimately going to be stolen by Alec. And at that point in time, he had the checks cut in about 9 or 10 different instruments, and again using the method of having them made out to Palmetto State Bank. And ultimately, those checks then were deposited to give the illusion of regular payments on the million or so loans that had come from those other clients where he had Russell Lafitte appointed as the conservator. And again, that ultimately resulted in over $1 million of theft from 2013 to 2014. The next case that went on was an individual by the name of Dion Martin. And Your Honor, this would be the crimes that were alleged in 2021 GS 47-29 in Allendale. Mr. Martin had been injured in a wreck. And this is where we start to see the scheme change. And what Mr. Murdaugh did was take advantage of the fact that it's very common for plaintiffs' lawyers in the state to use the legitimate business Forge Consulting. And Forge Consulting is a business that matches defendants or their insurers with annuity companies to set up annuities or structures for the benefit of plaintiffs who are receiving large settlements. And so what he did was go to Bank of America and set up an account, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, doing business as Forge. And once he had that account set up, then it became very easy on these disbursement statements to put a disbursement down to Forge. And again, it's not going to alert the staff because they're used to seeing that Forge. It looks like to them it's going to a legitimate structure, but the reality is now Alec Murdaugh didn't need a middleman. All he had to do was get that check made out to Forge, and then he could take it down to the bank, deposit it into his Bank of America Forge account, and then transfer it into various other accounts or various other personal debts that he had, and convert all that money. And he would tell his staff things like, oh, well, I'm going to go meet the president of Forge. We're going hunting. I'm going to go meet him. I'm going to go meet him for lunch in Orangeburg. I'm going to be in Columbia. So just give me the check and I'll take it to him. But of course, the second he had that physical check in his hand, he could then deposit it into that fake Forge account that he controlled. And so that is how the scheme moved for the most part from that point on. Ultimately, in October of 2015, he had a Forge disbursement check cut for $338,056.14. Excuse me. And ultimately, that was a Forge disbursement that was stolen by Mr. Murdaugh. He also then had a second check in October of 16 that was for $45,000 that he was able to get dispersed to Forge and then converted through his fake Forge account. And then he had a sort of phantom recovery that he put in the disbursement sheet that was listed as a structured for annuity directly to Michael Gunn for $500,000. And this actually was a theft that resulted in a phantom figure being on the disbursement sheet, for which then he was credited with his firm, which ultimately affected how much money he would get paid from the firm at the end of the year when they got their bonuses, for the amount of $200,000, which in practical terms resulted in a $185,000 extra year-end bonus for him. Your Honor, that would be the facts as it relates to Mr. Dion Martin. Moving on, the next victim was Johnny Bush, Your Honor, and this would be the crimes that are alleged in (2021) GS 4736. The amount here was $95,000. Johnny Bush was a longtime friend of Mr. Murdaugh, who again trusted him implicitly. And he was able to put into the disbursement a check to Forge, and ultimately once he got that fake Forge check in his hand from the trust account, he put it into his account and was able to steal that money. The next one is Manuel Santos Cristiani. This one would have been in August 11th, 2016, and this would be the crimes that are alleged in 2021 GS 4731. The amount there was $70,000, and again there was a Forged disbursement that was put under the liens category for $70,000 that Mr. Murdaugh was able to convert to his own use through the fake Forge account. That was actually supposed to be money to pay off a MUSC lien, but instead Mr. Murdaugh stole that money. Moving on to the next one, we have Jamie and Risher. Again, a couple that trusted Mr. Murdaugh implicitly. And in that particular case, there was a disbursement for $90,000. And Your Honor, this would be the crimes that are alleged in (2021) GS 4737. And there was a $90,000 check made out to Forge that he converted through the fake Forge account. He also misappropriated by putting them down as supposedly legitimate case-related expenses, $5,504.94 that were used to pay for a private plane trip, limo service, and meals that were ultimately billed to the client as if they were legitimate. Instead, they were for the personal luxury use of Mr. Murdaugh. Around this time, we're moving into 2016, and his financial situation is continuing to get worse. He's got a line of credit for $1 million that's maxed out among substantial other debts. And we move on to some of the other crimes that took place. And the next one on the list would be another theft involving the Pinckney matter. I mentioned Natasha Thomas and Hakeem Pinckney. That was the son of Pamela Pinckney. They were all involved in this particular accident. And ultimately, he had his co-conspirator, Corey Fleming, who had represented Pamela Pinckney because she was driving. And the way it works, of course, is because she was driving, she had to be named as a defendant, even though she was effectively an allied plaintiff, and that's very common. But he had Corey Fleming represent Ms. Pinckney. And Mr. Fleming, despite having made substantial disbursements to Pamela Pinckney, ultimately agreed to have a check for $89,133.44 cut from his trust account at the Moss-Coonan Fleming trust account and sent to the PMPED trust account. And again, Mr. Fleming never contacted Ms. Pinckney and said, "Hey, I got 89 grand. I'm sending it over to Alec." Instead, sent it right over there, and Mr. Murdaugh was able to convert those funds to his own personal use. And Your Honor, that again would go back to 2022 GS 4702 in that particular case. The next victim was a man by the name of Randy Drawdy, who had a fairly small claim for the type of claims that we're dealing with, that Mr. Murdaugh was dealing with. But ultimately, there had been funds that were withheld to pay a potential medical bill that needed to be paid out of the account. But instead of that happening, on October 3rd, 2017, Mr. Murdaugh instead had those funds for $9,569.30 cut from the trust account to Forge and ultimately converted to his own personal use. Your Honor, the Randy Drawdy case, that is 2021 GS 4732. Our next victim is an individual by the name of Jordan Jenks. Mr. Jenks had a case here in Beaufort County that was being handled by Mr. Murdaugh. And again, in this particular instance, there was $150,000 that was held back by the law firm to settle medical liens in the case that should have gone to the medical provider. But instead, that $150,000 in two separate checks, one for $85,000 in August 1st, 2018, and a second one for $65,000 in September 18th, 2018. He had those cut to Forge, Mr. Murdaugh did, to his fake Forge account and ultimately converted those funds to his personal use. And Your Honor, again, the Jenks case would be 2021 GS 4735. The next case that we had bear with me real quick, Your Honor, would be the Satterfield case. And that would have been the case that the state was prepared to try here in a week. Gloria Satterfield was the longtime housekeeper for Mr. Murdaugh and his family. She suffered a fall at his home at Moselle and survived for a period of time, but ultimately died. And Mr. Murdaugh, who had the trust of the Satterfield family, who had known him for years, even at the funeral, told family members, "I'm going to help those boys. I'm going to help the Satterfield sons. And essentially, I'm going to have them sue me so that I can make sure to get money for Gloria and for y'all." And even though he was going to be the defendant, not the defense attorney, but the defendant in this particular action, he had his office prepare the appointment letters, to prepare a request for medical records, and dealt directly with Tony Satterfield and that family, who considered him to be their lawyer. And eventually he brought in his co-conspirator Corey Fleming to represent them. And one of the things they did was they first obtained a settlement check for $505,000 from one of the two insurance companies at issue in this case. And even though they already had the check, they arranged and convinced Tony Satterfield to allow an individual by the name of Chad Westendorf, who worked at Palmetto State Bank, to be the personal representative of the estate. And the net result of that was, and the point of that was, and the reason for that was to essentially make Chad Westendorf a patsy, and to avoid ever having to communicate directly to the Satterfields, who had no idea when they agreed to do that $500,000 had already been received. And in fact, they held the check. It's even in the emails. They intentionally held the check until they could get the paperwork done to appoint Chad Westendorf, and then backdated it. Backdated the date of his appointment. And so once that happened, they got the check signed. They got the disbursement signed by Chad Westendorf. Corey Fleming took his fee and then gave to Alec Murdaugh. And in some instances, Alec came over to the office and picked it up in person, a check for forge. And that first one was on January 7th, 2019 for $403,500. And of course, Mr. Murdaugh deposited that into his fake forge account and converted that money to his personal use. No one ever, not Corey Fleming, not Alec Murdaugh, ever told the Satterfield boys that any recovery had ever been received. And they told Chad Westendorf, just sign here, we got this, we'll take care of it. They went to a meeting at the court where Alec was present there with Corey Fleming and with Chad Westendorf. And Alec there again was doing a lot of the talking, if not most of the talking, and saying, I want to help these boys. I know they're suing me, but we're doing this. I want to help these boys. But it was all a ruse. They put in place their patsy so that Alec could steal this money and Corey could get his massive fees from this as well. The scheme went on because there was still a $5 million umbrella policy out there at issue. And ultimately, after there was a mediation that Alec attended, the insurance company decided there's no way we're going to win this with Alec Murdaugh, and so they agreed to pay a $3.8 million settlement. Again, no one informs the Satterfield boys of this. No one informs the Satterfield family of this. And Alec and Corey ultimately have a check cut from the Moss, Kuhn & Fleming account for $2,961,931.95. That was in May of 2019. Made out to Forge. That check is delivered to Alec, who then deposits it into his fake Forge account and steals it. And this one is different, Your Honor. This is different from the others because usually the scheme, and it works so well because like I said before, he's looking at these clients, he's dealing with these clients, he's handing them a life-changing money in a check, and they're so focused on that, they're not realizing that he's stealing from them behind their backs. But in the Satterfield case, they stole every dime. Every dime of it. And Your Honor, nothing happened on that case for a while until around October of 2020. And at that point in time, Alec and Corey get together. They cut a check for $118,000 from the Moss, Kuhn, and Fleming trust account, which Corey delivers to Alec. And Alec, again, quickly disperses that money through use of his fake forge account for his own personal benefit. They even at that point in time, Your Honor, sign a stipulation of dismissal in the case. And it's signed by Corey Fleming, and it's signed by Alec Murdaugh, the defendant, personally. Not the attorney for the insurance company. He is not informed. He's not advised of any of this. The whole scheme was to divert the entirety of this money from those boys after he had repeatedly represented to them and their family to the point that they thought Alec was their lawyer. Tony Satterfield would send letters to Alec Murdaugh. He would call him on the phone because he thought Alec was his attorney. He thought Alec was acting in his interest. And when some media articles started to come out about the $500,000 settlement, even though this money had already been paid and long stolen, Alec sent a text to Tony Satterfield saying, hey, working on the case, there's just complicated, just words to that effect, that, hey, I'm working on it, there's just a lot that needs to be done. Your Honor, that's a very short version of the scheme as it related to the Satterfields, but that would be the crimes as alleged in 2021 GS 4730. The next one, Your Honor, is the estate of Blondell Gary. And in that particular instance, of course, he's dealing with the heirs and the relatives of Miss Gary. And ultimately, they held back funds from disbursement because there needed to be some determination about the legal status, and the entitlement of another relative was the reason that was given. But ultimately, the second that money got held back, it didn't take long, and this would have been in April of 2019. Instead of resolving that issue and dispersing appropriately, Mr. Murdaugh had $112,500 dispersed from his trust account to Forge and then converted through use of his fake Forge account. The next one is Christopher Anderson. That's 2021 GS 4734. And in this particular instance, there was a large recovery that was received in the case. And Mr. Murdaugh, in that particular instance, indicated that no fees were being taken, but instead had a disbursement made to Forge of $750,000. And he deposited that into his fake Forge account and stole every bit of it. The next one, Your Honor, is the estate of Sandra Taylor. 2021 GS 4738. In this particular instance, Miss Taylor had died, had 3 minor children, and Mr. Murdaugh sat down at a table and dealt directly with her grieving mother. Told her he was going to take care of her, and told her that the most he was going to be able to get was $30,000, $10,000 for each child. Instead, he settled the case without talking to her for $152,866, thereabouts. That is the amount of the check that ultimately in November of 2020 he then had dispersed to the fake Forge and ultimately converted all that money to his own benefit. That was another one, and I talked to her mother, that was another one where she first of all believed and was actually thanking him to get the $30,000 because she didn't realize not only was that a woefully insufficient recovery, but that was such meaningful money to her from her situation. And she believed him, she thanked him, she thought he was working in his best interest, and he stole every bit of it. She didn't get one thin dime. Your Honor, that is 2021 GS 4738. The next one is 2021 GS 4727, and in this instance, the victim is Thomas Moore, who was a state trooper who was injured. And in that particular instance, again, Mr. Murdaugh, his insatiable need as we're moving to the end, to everything coming to a head, his insatiable need for money changed the scheme from where money was actually being provided to the clients while he stole the rest of it. In this instance, there was a recovery of $125,000 in which he diverted to fake forge all of that $125,000 and forged Mr. Moore's signature on the disbursement statement. Almost done, Your Honor. The next set of victims, as we move into the spring of 2021, and this would be 2021 GS 4728, and this would be the victim being the law firm and Chris Wilson. And this was one of Alec's last plays to get some significant money because things were really falling apart and coming to a head. And he tried that case, a legitimate case, in December of 2020, and ultimately there was a very sizable recovery, but it was a case where Alec, Chris Wilson, and another attorney were on the case, so it was a fee split case, which is very common. And his amount of the fees from that case, that being Mr. Murdaugh, was $792,000. And ultimately he convinced Mr. Wilson to write those checks for his portion of the fees, not to the firm as they were legally supposed to be done, so that they could be accounted for in the firm's finances, but to write them directly to him. And the reason, of course, is that he needed that money right then and there. And if it went to the firm, not only would it eventually be cut down by all the various overhead and other things that had to be paid for according to the firm agreement, but more importantly, he wouldn't get that sizable sum of money until the firm settled up and paid bonuses at the end of the year. And then we're talking about in the spring of 2021. He wasn't looking at any chance of getting that money until the end of the year. So he diverted those fees from the firm, and that's part of the crime there. But ultimately, when all of this came to light, before it came to light, after the murders, but before his theft started to be uncovered, one of the first things he needed to do was to get that money paid back, because that is one of the things that was bringing everything to a head. The firm was after Alec as to where are these fees? What happened to them? Did you take these fees? And so in the aftermath of the murders, he borrowed some money and was able to send $600,000 to Chris Wilson, and convinced Chris Wilson to cover the other $192,000 so that Chris Wilson could tell his law firm, Alec's law firm, that that money, that $792, was in the trust account. Nothing to see here. Everything's just fine. And he told Chris Wilson some lies about he just had some money tied up here, there, and everywhere, and that he would pay him back. But it wasn't true. And ultimately, he then defrauded Chris Wilson out of that $192,000. A few more matters, Your Honor. 2022 GS 4710. This particular indictment dealt with a number of things, including the checks that Mr. Murdaugh was writing to Curtis Eddie Smith, as well as drug charges related to that for the opiate pills. And ultimately, in that particular indictment dealing with the large cash out of money that Mr. Murdaugh had been engaging in particularly after the boat wreck happened. Ultimately, he's pleading to a criminal conspiracy for that one, and that would be 2022 GS 4710. The next one is 2022 GS 4723, and in this particular instance, the victims are his brother Randy Murdaugh and the law firm. And this is the one, Your Honor, where Mr. Murdaugh is pleading pursuant to Alfred. But the state, and that's something that I've never done before, is do an Alfred plea, but given the substantial admissions to which Mr. Murdaugh is making here today, we've agreed to accept that, but the state is very confident in the evidence that it could present and pursue on that matter. And that's essentially the double dip. It was very common for, after the firm cashed out and paid all the bonuses to get to a zero balance at the end of the year, for members of the firm to loan money to the firm so that it could operate until fees came in, and then those loans would be repaid. And ultimately, the finance office at the firm made a mistake and wrote a check for $121,358.63 to Alec Murdaugh instead of Randy Murdaugh. And what Mr. Murdaugh did, instead of correcting that, is he ultimately sat on that check and went down to the finance office not long after that and said, "Hey, I lost that check. Can you cut me another one?" And again, the staff there, trusting the powerful lawyer, one of the senior partners in the firm, cut him that check. So now he has a second check for the same exact amount, which he immediately deposits and uses to pay substantial debts. He then sits on that initial check for an extended period of time and then cashes it as well. And so ultimately was able to, according to the evidence developed by the state, steal the same money twice. Again, Your Honor, that's 2022 GS 4723. Finally, Your Honor, we have 2022 GS 4734 and ultimately 2023 GS 473. Let me, Mr. James corrected me on one I need to cover. And this would be 2022 GS 4724. And again, in this particular instance, the victim was the law firm. And this is another one where Forge was ultimately used, but instead of stealing money from the client, essentially he was able to divert attorney's fees from that should have gone within the firm and divert those out through payments made out to Forge that he then diverted through fake Forge. And those would be two checks. The total amount is $175,200.83. It was two checks, one for $91,867.50 and another check for $83,333.33. Finally, we have all this substantial money over the years from 2011 all the way through 2021. Substantial money that Alec Murdaugh stole and washed through his various accounts and converted to personal use or used to pay for his personal debts, which is income under the law. A lawyer knows this. And so he was ultimately indicted for tax evasion for each one of those years, the largest one being over $263,000 in state income tax that he would have owed. That, of course, was the year where he stole the most from the Satterfields. And ultimately, he's pleading guilty to count 9 of that, 2022 GS 4734, for the tax evasion charge as it relates to that. Your Honor, again, that's a lot. But that is the factual basis, the very skinny factual basis for the schemes, the thefts, and the defrauding that this former lawyer, Alec Murdaugh, used his power and his influence and his law license in these courtrooms to steal for over a decade. Thank you, Your Honor.
Great.
Mr. Murdaugh, aside from the count or the indictment that you are pleading guilty on the Alford, aside from that particular one, do you disagree with any of the facts stated by Mr. Waters?
I agree that I wrongly took all of that money, Your Honor, and did all of those crimes. I disagree with some of the narrative, but not the essential elements of the facts of the crimes.
And do you believe that if you were to proceed with a jury trial on these charges that you would be found guilty?
I am guilty, and yes, sir, I believe that I would be found guilty.
All right. Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else with regard to the guilty plea that you'd like to say today, Mr. Murdaugh?
No, sir, other than I'm glad to finally be given the opportunity to plead guilty. I am happy to be pleading guilty to these charges for a number of reasons.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
I don't know whether you need to inquire about the Alford. Do you need to make a specific inquiry on that?
Well, yes, sir. With regard to the Alford plea, you are not acknowledging guilt, but you'd like to take advantage of this overall global plea arrangement with the state, and you're acknowledging guilt on that basis without admitting any guilt.
I'm acknowledging that I would be convicted if tried on that, Your Honor.
Anything further on the
No, sir,
Alford
Your
issue?
Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Waters?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Well, as indicated, there clearly appears to be a factual basis for all of the guilty pleas. I find that it's in the best interest of the state and the defense that this guilty plea, these guilty pleas be made, but respecting the rights of the victims to be present to provide the court with whatever additional information that they think the court should have. We will defer the full acceptance of the plea until November 28th at 10 o'clock. And again, where there's a negotiated sentence, either I will accept the guilty plea and impose the exact sentence that that you, your lawyer, and the state have agreed upon, or I will not accept the guilty plea. And at this point, I fully intend to accept the guilty plea after hearing from victims. Anything?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further today?
Nothing from the
No,
state,
sir, Your Honor.
All right, very well. We will be adjourned.